Yunxiao's face was also extremely solemn as he shouted, "Attack together! We can't let him complete this move." The heavenly eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and the divine realm tablet turned into a stream of light and shot out. Countless Maha ancient characters flew out from it and surrounded the tablet. Yunxiao quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, and one ancient Maha character after another condensed in his hands and shot into the divine realm tablet. Each character shook the world and turned into a beam of light that surrounded the tablet. What kind of profound level weapon is that? Everyone was taken aback. Their attention, which had been focused on the Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and Chun Fengyuan, was immediately drawn to Yunxiao. The Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards also furrowed their brows, revealing a serious and fierce expression. The veins on Yunxiao's forehead bulged as he shouted, "Look at your sister! Hurry up and attack!" Everyone's body trembled as they came back to their senses. Fei and I turned in the air and formed a series of seals with her left hand. The seals were sent into the red feather fan, and the entire fan started to flash with spiritual light. Then, she let out a soft cry. Her red lips opened slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of red flames, blowing on the feather fan. The feathers seemed to have been set ablaze all of a sudden, like a peacock spreading its tail. Each and every one of them was extremely beautiful and full of spiritual energy. Fei and I grabbed the feather fan, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she swung it down with all her might. Swish! A bird's cry sounded in the sky, and it suddenly turned into a red fire phoenix, which illuminated half of the sky red, and burned toward the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard like a red cloud. Chun Feng and Liang Yui looked at each other. Their hearts were instantly connected. A purple sword rose into the air and instantly transformed into a huge snake. It flicked its tongue with a ferocious expression. One of them also had a sword momentum in the air, like 10 suns in the sky. Liang Yui's face darkened and she shouted. She guided the long sword in her hand, and the 10 suns immediately began to spin around the long snake. They suddenly merged into one. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed, and he formed a strange seal with his hands. It was as if he had used all of his strength to strike out. The might of the heavens. One sword to punish the heavens. The seal landed on the purple snake, and the snake transformed into a flood dragon, and the flood dragon transformed into a dragon. They combined with the blazing sun and blasted forward like a green dragon spitting out a pearl. Murong Hengyu's face was ice cold, but his body was emitting a cold light. His entire person was like a long sword, ready to be unsheathed at any time to kill. Tisk, tsk. So many people joining hands. What kind of skill is that? I'll deal with you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. With a flash of light, the Sea Race's meat-faced man suddenly appeared in front of Murong Hengyu. He raised his fists and punched out. You're looking for death, Murong Hengyu angrily shouted. His figure moved slightly. He didn't make a move, but a sword light shot out and went straight for the other's head. The flesh-faced man's expression changed. He turned his fist into a claw and directly grabbed at the sword ray. Boom! The sword chi directly exploded in his palm. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he rushed forward. The two of them were soon entangled in a battle. At this moment, Chun Fengyuan's sword aura was at its peak. The space within 100 feet was filled with his sword light and countless afterimages. Everything seemed to have stopped at this moment. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's pupils shrank, and its body could not help but tremble. Even though the Fire Phoenix, Purple Dragon, and Scorching Sun were all extremely powerful, he did not really care about them. Right now, lightning and fire flickered in his eyes as his entire mind was focused on Chen Fengyuan's sword attack. A sword from the west, flying immortal beyond the heavens. A distant voice rang out as Chun Fengyuan's body moved slightly. Suddenly, the afterimages and sword chi that filled the sky gathered together and turned into a person. With a sword, he slashed out in the air. Swish! The entire time and space seemed to have come to a standstill, and all sounds were dead. There was only one sound left in everyone's ears, and that was the sound of the sword. At the same time, Yunxiao threw out the Divine Realm tablet. A magnificent and immortal tablet disappeared from where it was, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, shining with a golden light as it pressed down. The combined attack of the four of them was enough to collapse the universe and shatter the void. The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression finally changed. Their eyes burst with anger and determination. They turned the Vajra in their hands and shouted, "Thunder World!" Boom! As he shouted, the entire sky trembled violently. Thousands of lightning bolts surged out of his body, and his skin was covered in circles of green patterns. There were also a large number of runes that flew out continuously, making him look like a god of thunder. The thunderclouds above his head suddenly became 1,000 feet wide, as if a singularity had suddenly exploded in the chaotic universe. It also seemed like a world had appeared, bursting the original space. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled continuously, and the entire green thundercloud grew exponentially, as if it was going to replace the original world. Bang! The Fire Phoenix was the first to collide with the green thundercloud. It burst into flames and flapped its wings continuously. However, in just an instant, it let out a sad cry. The Phoenix's form was completely shattered and it turned into a ball of flames. It was crushed by the Thunder World and finally annihilated. Faney's expression changed and fear flashed across his eyes. He kept his red feather fan and retreated a few hundred meters away. After that, Chun Feng and his wife's Heaven's Wrath sword aura also trembled violently under the bombardment of the Thunder World. The purple dragon chasing the sun phenomenon was crushed by the thunder clouds. The light on its body kept on shattering and the entire phenomenon was directly absorbed into the green world. It rolled and struggled in an attempt to break out of the Thunder World. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was overestimating its own ability. Boom! The expanding lightning boundary finally came into contact with Chun Fengyuan's sword strike. The entire barrier trembled violently, and the terrifying rate of expansion was immediately suppressed. Chun Fengyuan's entire face was flushed red as he channeled all of his energy into this attack. The sword in his hand was also activated to its maximum, and a powerful weapon cry rang out continuously. However, although the sword aura was strong and was able to split open a world on its own to resist the expansion of the Thunder World, it could not last long and gradually began to tremble. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's face darkened and he snorted, "Old man, today is the day you die." He cast a spell with his left hand into the Vajra scepter and shouted, "Thunder World Final Move!" Bang! With a loud sound, Chun Fengyuan's sword attack was finally unable to withstand it, and it suddenly shattered, the sword chi continuously dissipating. Eft! Chen Fengyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging as he roared, "Damn it! I'm going to kill you, you old dog!" A large number of sword talismans surged out from his body and formed a huge golden sword ring behind him. The sword in his hand spread out and once again, a sword radiance was released to resist the power of the Thunder World. The two forces were evenly matched in the air, and a terrifying spirit pressure spread out, like dense cracks spreading in all directions. However, when he looked at it, the sky was already green. Although the sword power was strong, it was already surrounded by enemies. Just as Chun Fengyuan was about to give up, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the green world. It turned into an immortal monument and fell directly on the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were taken aback. The attacks of the other three people had been shattered or blocked by the power of the Thunder World, but they did not notice the profound level weapon Yunxiao had thrown out, and it had somehow appeared in the inner realm. At this moment, the Divine Realm tablets flowing light rotated, and Maha-ancient characters appeared continuously. Moreover, circles of golden light surrounded it, like a majestic monument. It descended from the sky, and the space began to change under the suppressing power. The Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards felt the power of the mountains, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on maintaining the power of the Thunder World, suppressing Chen Fengyuan's sword force with all his might. How could he be distracted? Damned little bastard! He roared in anger and pulled his left hand back from the Vajra scepter. He formed a fiery fist in the air, which burned more and more fiercely, and suddenly punched out. Bang! A huge ball of flame hit the golden light around the Divine Realm tablet, but it dispersed with a loud bang, and all the flames disappeared. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked. Their eyes opened in anger and disbelief. However, there was no time for him to think too much. The Divine Realm tablet was not affected by the power of the Thunder World at all. With the power of a mountain, it fell down with a loud bang. Chun Fengyuan also revealed a look of surprise as he shouted, "Well done!" The momentum of the sword in his hand increased as he pressed forward with all his might. His beard fluttered wildly on his face due to the spirit pressure, and he looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were wide open with anger, and a large number of sword talismans flew out from his body. Damn it! The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard were hit by the impact. Their internal organs were injured and they spat out blood. He was so angry that his hair was standing on his head. He roared repeatedly, and his entire arm burned red like lava. With a loud roar, he threw another punch. Bang! The tip of the fist hit the Divine Realm tablet directly. The Green Thunder World seemed to collapse, and the green space around the tablet was broken into pieces. A large number of sparks burst out from the fists of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. The golden rings on the Divine Realm tablet were pressed down one by one, making an ear-piercing sound of metal friction. Ha! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. With a loud roar, their entire upper body transformed again. Their bodies expanded like balloons, and brown hair grew on their chests. Their fist momentum increased a bit more, and the temperature of the flames suddenly increased. Bang! 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 The golden rings on the Divine Realm tablet crumbled one by one, and the light instantly dimmed. Xianxia's face flickered, and he hurriedly made a grabbing gesture in the air. The Divine Realm tablet immediately rushed up and flew back. He was afraid that his opponent's punch would be too powerful and break through the realm power directly, blasting the boundless lava into the Divine Realm tablet. It would be a disaster for the world inside. Although the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had sent the Divine Realm tablet flying, Chun Fengyuan's sword force continued to rush back through the Thunder World, worsening his injuries and causing him to spit out another large mouthful of blood. Bang! Outside the Thunder World, Chun Fengyuan also spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand finally dispersed, and the golden sword ring behind him lost its light and shattered with a bang. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he was also sucked into the lightning barrier. His entire aura instantly withered, and he appeared to have aged. The expansion of the Thunder World had lost the last and strongest obstacle. In an instant, it had covered 1,000 miles and the entire sky was completely enveloped. The sky was green and it was filled with rolling thunder and lightning. The people below were all shocked. At this moment, the sky was a dense green, and nothing could be seen. His divine sense swept up, but it was quickly blocked by an invisible force, completely unable to probe in. However, the lightning and heavenly might that flashed from time to time within the blue luan made everyone tremble. You dare to be distracted in a battle with me? You're courting death. The fleshy-faced man's expression turned cold. Seeing Murong Hengyu's absent-minded appearance, he suddenly flew into a rage. His fists clattered in the air, and in an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows, causing the air to explode continuously. Boom! 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 Half of Murong Hengyu's thoughts were focused on the battle in the sky. At this moment, the Thunder World was completely open and he had completely lost all information. He was immediately upset. He was careless and was hit by the man's punches. A silver light shot out of his body and turned into a thin battle suit. It was covered with all kinds of formation patterns, blocking most of the punches. Bang! 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 The silver armor was dented a few times, and the chi flowed on the surface of the armor like water, most of which was removed. However, A portion of it still passed through and struck his chest. Eft. Morong Hungyu was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee. This is the consequence of looking down on me. The fleshy-faced man laughed smugly. He also raised his head to look at the azure space above him, as if he didn't care. After all, this was a lightning barrier released by the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. To him, the stronger it was, the better it was. Suddenly, he was startled, and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. Although he couldn't say why, it was a martial artist's intuition that indicated that a great danger was coming. The flesh-faced man's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. Morong Hungyu, who had been punched to the point of spitting blood, slowly raised his head. His originally handsome face was now covered in cracks, as if he had been cut by a sharp weapon. It wasn't just his face. His neck, his hands, any part of his skin that was exposed started to crack open, and scarlet blood was slowly flowing out from the cracks. "You coward!" The fleshy-faced man was shocked. Suddenly, an extremely sharp beam of light shot over. He hurriedly raised his fist to meet it. However, he was shocked to find that the sharp light was not an attack, but a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. The flesh-faced man was terrified, and immediately turned around to escape into Leyland's group. His escape extremely swift. Humph! Morong Hungyu coldly snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swept the area below. His figure flashed in the air, and he appeared in Leyland's group, chasing after the man with the fleshy face. Meanwhile, in Leyland's other empty area, a fierce battle had also begun. The 3 brothers of the Mu family were leading all the human warriors to attack more than 10 guards of the Sea Tribe and the 2 crown princes. Hundreds of acres of rootless green trees were destroyed and turned into the purest lightning energy. More than half of the 10 guards of the Sea Tribe had been killed or injured. Ruo Wu's face was pale, and he was constantly wounded. Only Leap Sek's expression remained calm. His bright eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if he was not bothered by the battle before him at all. A transparent dragon skull was spinning around his body, and it kept spraying water from its mouth, which turned into water dragons that gathered around. The situation of the battle seemed to have eased up with the huge change in the sky. The people from the 2 clans retreated and looked up at the sky with shock. Mu Yun's expression turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them with speed, just in case a long night brings trouble." The human martial artists had the upper hand to begin with, and the more they fought, the braver they became. They all charged forward with a loud shout. The guard of the Sea Tribe, who had just caught his breath, immediately turned pale. Yun Wu's expression also changed drastically, and he angrily said, "Second brother, if you don't use your full strength, even I will die here." "There's no rush. Our goal isn't to kill, but to obtain the peerless Wood. We shouldn't exhaust ourselves too early," said Leap Sect slowly, his expression unchanged. Ruo Wu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and furiously said, "They're about to kill us. Why don't you exhaust yourself too early?" Ruizong glanced at him, and Ruiwu shuddered when he saw his clear eyes. He was rendered speechless. "If you can't kill him, you can always escape," Leap Sect replied indifferently. He stretched out his hand and touched the dragon's skull. Immediately, more than 10 water dragons swam around fiercely and shot in all directions. As for himself, he grabbed Ruo Wu and stepped on the back of the largest water dragon, ignoring the latter's resistance, and flew towards Lei Lin. "Damn it! Second and third. Follow me. The rest of you, kill these guards," Mu Yuyun shouted loudly. Immediately, 3 rays of light shot up and chased after the water dragon. At this moment, within the green lightning world, the sky was filled with endless lightning and an endless green color. In the dense blue sky, arcs of lightning jumped out continuously. They didn't extinguish after a flash, but instead condensed into light and turned into stars. A vast power of thunder and lightning was circulating within the barrier, slowly developing the world of thunder. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard watched coldly as the Divine Realm tablet flew back into Yunxiao's hand, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across their faces. A treasure that was not affected by the power of the Thunder World and was able to withstand the power of his punch was definitely not an ordinary 9th-tier profound armament. It was a pity that he had been suppressed by Chun Fengyuan just now, and had no time to spare to grab it. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have watched as this supreme treasure flew away. The eyes of the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards staring at Yunxiao grew colder and colder, and their killing intent grew stronger and stronger. After a few encounters, he realized that he could not see through this brat more and more. If he did not kill him today, he would definitely cause a great disaster in the future. Moreover, as long as he killed these people, that mysterious profound level weapon would just be in his bag. At the thought of this, the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard licked its dry lips. There were still traces of blood on them, which had a faint salty taste. Self-world. He has actually cultivated the power of elements to the level of self-world. Chun Fengyuan muttered to himself. His eyes were dim and his face was dejected. After being injured and seeing the Thunder World open completely, his confidence seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and he became dispirited. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he realized the seriousness of the matter. However, his eyes were still as clear as water, and he did not panic at all. "Third granduncle, what should we do now?" Chun Feng asked. "What do we do?" Chun Fengyuan became dejected and said, "Once the Thunder World opens, we no longer have the power to suppress him. If I had known this would happen, I would have given up on the peerless Ewood and sent a message back to the sect to call for reinforcements." Chun Feng frowned. Since his third great-uncle had said such dejected words, he had obviously lost his will to fight. He had no choice but to look at Yunxiao and say, "Brother Yunxiao, do you have any good ideas?" Although the thunder element has formed a world of its own, it's only the embryonic form of one, Yunxiao said slowly. There's nothing to be afraid of. This Lei Huzi must still have some extremely powerful trump card hidden under this world. Otherwise, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble and risk getting injured to open up the world power. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with shock and they laughed. "Ha ha ha! Kid, you're indeed extraordinary. The more outstanding your performance is, the stronger my desire to kill you will be." His left hand formed an incantation gesture and continuously knocked on the Vajra pestle in front of him, making a clang-clang sound. A bolt of lightning was transmitted from the Vajra scepter. The golden beast heads engraved on it opened their eyes one by one. Their faces were ferocious and vivid, as if they were alive. Then, a bolt of lightning shot out and exploded with a bang, turning into a green thunder beast with 3 horns on its head and 2 wings on its back. Bang! Another bolt of lightning flashed, turning into a thunder beast with a beak-like mouth and feathers on its back. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. Bang! 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 A series of thunderbolts flashed on the Vajra scepter, and electric arcs jumped out continuously, taking shape one by one. The 4 of them were shocked, and their faces became uglier and uglier. The thunder beasts turned into 16 in total. Some bared their fangs and brandished their claws, some looked ferocious, and some spread their wings. They were of different shapes and lined up in front of the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards. However, every thunder beast exuded a brutal and violent aura. Moreover, their auras were extremely strong. The weakest one had the cultivation base of an 8-star martial emperor, and a few of them were even genuine 9 stars. Ha ha ha! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard looked at the 16 beast shadows formed by the lightning in front of them and couldn't help but laugh wildly. This is the first time I've opened the Thunder World in its full state after I refined it. It's also the first time I've shown the 16 void beasts. You're lucky to have tried it, and your lives have not been in vain. Roar! Roar! Although these void beasts were formed from lightning, they were extremely vivid and lifelike, each of them having their own intelligence. Chun Fengyuan's face revealed a pained expression as he said, "It's all my fault for being too impulsive and dragging Fenger and Yue into this. If something happened to the 2 of you, How would I be able to face the ancestors of the Blade Sect even if I die? Chun Feng's brows furrowed as he sensed that Chun Feng Yuan's will was becoming weaker and weaker. He couldn't help but say, "Third granduncle, don't say such dejected words. You are the core leader of us. If even third granduncle is dejected, how can we fight?" "I'm very pleased that you have such fighting spirit." Chun Feng nodded. "Ha ha ha. The so-called fighting spirit is just a kind of ignorance." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard turned the Vajra scepter in their hands. Suddenly, the entire Thunder world went berserk. Countless thunder patterns surged up, dazzling people's eyes. Among the 16 void beasts, one that was round like a water bucket and looked like an egg was the only one with an ordinary aura and acute appearance. It suddenly disintegrated. Its body was like a ribbon that kept unraveling, and finally turned into a long strip, directly flying around the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, forming countless complex array patterns to protect him. Electric arcs flickered in the formation, and its aura was unusually powerful. "Young Master Yunxiao, what's going on?" Feini asked in a low voice. In the current situation, Chun Fengyuan seemed to be a little unreliable, and Yunxiao had become their leader. Besides, Chun Fengyuan and his wife were completely convinced by him, so they both turned their eyes to him. "These 16 void beasts must be the biggest killing move in the Thunder world," Yunxiao said. "The Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards can't attack us to keep the Thunder world from falling, so they can only rely on these void beasts to attack us. As for that void beast that was similar to a formation beast, it should be the only one among the 16 that focuses on defense. Its mission is to protect this eye of the Thunder world." The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with ferocity as it said coldly, "I can't believe that my most powerful ultimate move was seen through by a human brat. Even if I know this, what can I do? Enjoy this final feast." He sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, placed the Vajra scepter in front of him, and slapped a seal on it. Roar! Roar! The remaining 15 void beasts roared loudly, and all kinds of powerful auras suddenly burst out. With a hong sound, they rushed forward. Each void beast was extremely fast, like a whirlwind. Lightning flickered around them, like a thunderstorm, roaring as if they were going to destroy the world. The four people's expressions all changed greatly, feeling the rolling heavens might come. Each and every one of their faces paled. Even Yunxiao, who was the calmest of them all, could not keep his cool, but he still smiled and said, "Ha-ha! It's time to hunt. Hurry up and distribute the tasks." Chun Fengyuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he said in a serious voice, "Leave the 10 9-stars martial emperors to me." "Third granduncle, you're in a bad condition." Chun Feng was startled. Chun Fengyuan interrupted them. "Say no more. You're all too weak. You'll only die if you go up against a 9-stars martial sovereign." His eyes flashed with determination. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat as he said in a low voice, "Although these lightning beasts are powerful, they're still beasts, so their intelligence shouldn't be very high. Third granduncle, you can deal with the 5 strongest ones. Leave the remaining 10 to us." Feini's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Yunxiao shook his head, obviously feeling that the distribution method was extremely inappropriate. "How many can young Master Feini handle?" Fei and I was stunned and her face turned red. "A swan and I." She paused, her face flushed red, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "If it's the 2 weakest ones, they should be able to deal with 2 Wangliang. Then I'll leave the weakest 2 to you." Yunxiao nodded. "What about Brother Chunfeng and Miss Yui? If the 2 of us fight alone, we might not be as strong as young Master Feini. But if we work together, we should be stronger than young Master Feini," Chen Feng said in a deep voice. Yunxiao smiled. "That's good. I still have 3 8-stars martial sovereigns. I'll leave them to you too. Do you have any problems with them?" "Of course no problem. But if we split it like this, it'll be awkward," Chen Feng said. Yunxiao interrupted him and said to Chun Fengyuan, "Where's Mr. Fengyuan?" "Leave the 9 to me," Chun Fengyuan said. "Young Master Yunxiao, you can deal with 1. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile. Knowing that the old man was being stubborn, he said, Among these 10 9-star space beasts, 4 of them are at the intermediate 9-star level. With Sir's ability, you should be able to trap these 4 with great difficulty. Chun Fingyuan's brows furrowed. Don't tell me you want to fight the other 6 by yourself. I'll try, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'll try. As long as one of our 4 groups can win, we can break the stalemate. Chun Feng and the other 3's faces were filled with shock. They couldn't believe it. Although they had already thought highly of Yunxiao, it was simply a dream to say that he could deal with 6 9-stars martial sovereigns alone. Li Yunxiao. Chun Fengyuan cried out in a deep voice. This is not the time to show off. I'm not trying to show off, Yunxiao said. This is the best distribution plan. 6 early-stage 9-star martial sovereigns. I think I can still hold them off for a while. I'll just wait for you to break the stalemate and come to help. All 4 of them trembled. It was impossible for Yunxiao to lie to them at this moment. Chun Fengyuan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he gritted his teeth. Good! As long as you can hold off the 6 9-stars martial emperors for 10 minutes. I'll kill the other 4 void beasts to save you. Yunxiao nodded and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Fengyuan. Although these void beasts don't have a physical body, they possess endless power within the thunder world. They are almost equivalent to immortal beings, and it is extremely difficult to kill them. The same as the immortal body, their expressions changed drastically, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in their hearts dimmed. Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a smile. You don't have to worry too much. Don't forget that the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard has been injured by Mr. Fengyuan just now. The time this barrier can be maintained is very limited. As long as we can drag it out until the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard can't hold on any longer, we'll win. Li Yunxiao is right, Qin Fengyuan said. Let's act according to this plan. His fighting spirit seemed to have come back all of a sudden. After swallowing a few medicinal pills, his face looked a little better. If you can leave here alive today, you're welcome to be a guest at the Blade Sect. We'll talk about it later, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. The communication between the few of them was completed in a very short time. They were all extremely vigilant, staring at their target Thunder Beast, ready to attack at any time. The entire Thunder World was under the control of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. No change in any place could escape his perception, including the conversation of the people. He slowly raised his eyes and a voice resounded in the sky. He snorted coldly and said, Li Yunxiao, you are indeed a natural-born monster. Your analysis is correct, but can you hold back 6 9-star martial emperor void beasts with immortal bodies? It's simply an extreme lie. We'll only know after the fight. Yunxiao chuckled as he rose into the air, crossed his hands in front of him, and flicked his fingers. 6 beams of light shot down from the sky, accurately shooting at the 6 9-stars martial emperor void beasts he had locked onto. Roar! Roar! The 6 void beasts were furious, and 2 of them immediately turned to the side and gave chase. The remaining 4, who were running in the sky, roared and raised their hands, slapping away Yunxiao's attack. After that, Yunxiao flickered a few times in the air and fled thousands of meters away. At the same time, he felt the eyes of the 6 void beasts locking on him. I can control the minds of all void beasts at will, the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard said coldly. What you all said about being easy to deal with because they don't have intelligence is completely wrong. But, I'm very curious. Li Yunxiao, are you really so confident? Then I'll fulfill your wish. With a slight thought, the 6 void beasts that had locked onto Yunxiao immediately rose into the air, left the group and rushed toward him. The 5 people's hearts sank when they heard his words. If they were all controlled by the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards, and were immortal, then the combat power of the void beasts would almost double. Fanny's face changed on the spot, but when she saw that Yunxiao had lured away 6 9-stars martial emperor void beasts by himself, she had nothing to say. She summoned up her courage and took out her feather fan, then waved it in the air and turned into a fire phoenix, flying out. Chun Feng and his wife's faces were also solemn. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, pulled the swords in their hands towards each other, as if they were forming a triangular formation. A circle of purple and green light surrounded them. The two of them looked at each other, attacking and defending, resisting the 3 8-star martial emperor void beasts that were coming at them. Chen Fingyuan's eyes flickered with boundless fury and determination as he raised his long sword to meet the attack. This was because he knew that the key to this battle was still him. As long as he broke through this gap, it would inevitably have a great impact on the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard coldly laughed. With a thought, the 4 void beasts that had been running away suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, they teleported to Chen Fingyuan's side, immediately surrounding him from all sides. What? Chen Fingyuan was shocked, and attacks that covered the sky and the earth surged from all directions. A large number of lightning talismans shot out, and the heaven and earth changed color, and the universe was overturned. Bang! 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 All sorts of lightning elemental energy exploded forth with earth-shattering might, and the massive wave of lightning energy completely engulfed Chen Fingyuan. The 4 void beasts madly circulated their extremely powerful divine abilities and bombarded it in one go. 2 of them kept spitting out terrifying balls of lightning, while the other 2 circled in the sky, shaking off a large number of thunder feathers that turned into talismans in the air and exploded. The 4 beasts were caught in a violent thunderstorm, and Chen Fingyuan was completely submerged in it. His figure could not be seen at all. Third great uncle, Chen Feng, who was not far away, cried out in horror. The husband and wife were facing 3 void beasts, and after a few rounds, they realized that it was much more difficult than they had expected. They were on the verge of collapse. In the end, he saw that Chen Fingyuan had been half dead before he could even make a move, and was directly drawn into the thunderstorm. He almost lost his mind and was in danger. Focus. Don't worry about me. Chen Fingyuan's shout came from within the thunderstorm. Then, several sword rays shot out of the thunderstorm and attacked the 4 thunder beasts. Only then did Chen Feng recollect his thoughts and began to carefully deal with it. Thousands of meters away, Xianxia teleported a few times, trying to play hide and seek with these void beasts. However, he suddenly found a realm force pressing down on him, directly locking his teleportation, and he could only rely on his lightning escape. These 6 void beasts were mentally connected to the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards, so they could teleport at any time. This time, they were at a disadvantage in speed. Humph! Let's see how you're going to play with my 6 void beasts. With a mocking look in their eyes, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard kept teleporting void beasts to Xianxia's side, making it impossible for him to avoid them. The battlefield is ever-changing, Xianxia said coldly. I don't believe you can control 15 void beasts at the same time. Haha, what a joke. Even if I don't control it, you'll still die. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard said sarcastically. It's just that with my control, it's like a tiger with wings. Oh, really? Since you can multitask, then divide a few more of your attention. Forced by the 6 void beasts, Xianxia had no way to retreat. Finally, he opened the primordial heavenly eye between his eyebrows and opened the space of the divine realm tablet, summoning the evil spirit and the 2 9-stars martial emperors. 2 rays of light shot out, and as soon as they appeared, their martial supreme auras exploded to the extreme. At the same time, they each made a move to slash at the void beasts. What? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's heart sank and he almost jumped out of the array. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open. Boom! With a punch from the official and an axe from the evil spirit, the 2 powerful attacks landed on the 2 void beasts closest to them, causing their bodies to be destroyed, turning into lightning and disappearing. The other 4 void beasts were also stunned, and they had to stop attacking. How could this be? How was that possible? How come there are 2 more 9-star martial sovereigns all of a sudden? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's heart was filled with anger and coldness. Although the aura of the 2 people who had appeared was not strong and they were only beginner 9-star martial sovereigns, this unexpected change had completely driven him crazy. The most important problem was that the battlefield, which had been calculated without any miscalculation, had suddenly changed. Xianxia nodded and praised, That's right. You caught them off guard. It's indeed effective. I'll leave these 6 void beasts to you too. What? All of it? You're thinking too highly of us. The evil spirit's eyes widened, and it mumbled in refusal. 6? The guest asked in a deep voice. Aren't there only 4 left? In this thunder world, all the energy changes follow his will, Xianxia said with a wry smile. If I'm not wrong, the 16 void beasts are formed from the 16 void nature of humans, so they can't die. Humph! In the distance, the thunder tiger and fire leopard's face turned gloomy, and they said coldly, I had originally planned to focus all my power on killing Chen Fenghe, but it seems like I was wrong. You're the one I should kill first. He performed a few incantations with his hands and slapped them on the Vajra scepter in front of him. Lightning was flowing on the scepter. Bang! Bang! 2 arcs of lightning shot out, and 2 void beasts appeared several hundred feet away. They were the 2 that had been killed earlier. The evil spirit did not believe Yunxiao's words at first, but now its eyes bulged out as it said in surprise, How are we going to fight this Ingluo? Although the sky was blue, and the interference of the thunderbolts made it difficult for one's divine sense to accurately capture their surroundings, Yunxiao could still see some clues about the 2 newly born void beasts. They were a little weaker than the previous ones. Although they were still 9 stars martial sovereigns, they were indeed weak. If you can't deal with 6 of them, Yunxiao said, then you can have these 4 and I'll have the other 2. After he finished speaking, he turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards the thunder tiger and fire leopard. In order to destroy the entire thunder world, he had to destroy the thunder tiger and fire leopard, which were the eyes of the thunder world. This was the only way. Although Bin Chun and the evil spirit had just become 9 stars martial sovereigns, they were not ordinary early-stage 9 stars martial sovereigns match with their innate advantages. Even if they could not win against 2 void beasts of the same level, they would not be easily defeated. The thunder tiger fire leopard's face turned cold and he said angrily, You can have 2? I'd like to see how you're going to defeat them. With a single thought, the 2 thunder beasts teleported to Yunxiao's side and began to attack him. One of the void beasts walked on 2 legs like an ape, and its 2 huge arms waved in the air, raising them high above its head. Boom! The sky trembled, and suddenly, a boulder the size of a small mountain appeared out of nowhere and fell into the void beast's hand. This buy-in, Yunxiao was dumbfounded. How could earth element be condensed in the thunder world and turned into mountain stones? However, the entire thunder world was under the control of the thunder tigers and fire leopards, so it was not surprising. He muttered to himself, This is bad. Just as the mountain rock appeared in the void beast's hands, the thunder tiger fire leopard's eyes flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, the power of the thunder world pressed down on Yunxiao, and his body stiffened as if he was carrying a huge burden on his back. Not only did he completely lose the ability to teleport, but even his movement was greatly hindered. Roar! The thunder beast roared loudly and suddenly threw the huge rock over. Your sister! Damn it! Yunxiao cursed. It was too late for him to dodge when he saw the rock falling. A golden light burst out from his body. He clenched his fist, and a golden vortex formed around it. Then he threw out a Vajra punch. Humph! You're looking for death. The thunder tiger fire leopard's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boom! When the golden fist hit the boulder, Yunxiao suddenly felt his arm go numb, and a huge shock came pressing down on him, almost crushing all his bones. Bang bang! The mountain rock also crumbled under the force of his punch, shattering into countless pieces that fell on his body, flying in all directions. What? The thunder tiger fire leopard's mouth was wide open in shock. His face sank again and he gritted his teeth. He even cultivated a body refining technique. When the void beast saw that its first move was ineffective, it roared and bowed its body. It jumped over and raised its 2 fists. Rings of lightning rippled from its fists, as if countless raindrops had fallen into a calm lake. The other void beast also joined the battle. It had a single horn on its head, and it kept pushing its horn forward. Every time it pushed its horn forward, it would shoot out a thunderous halo, which spread out like ripples, as if countless mirrors were appearing one by one. After being hit by the boulder, although Xianxia managed to withstand it with his strong body, his qi and blood were still tumbling, and the salty taste of blood kept gushing out of his throat. At this moment, under the pincer attack of the two void beasts, his pupils shrank. He suddenly put his hands together in front of him, and a flame flew up, turning into a big wind and fire wheel and slashing out. Boom! The power of wind and fire swirled and slashed at the countless mirrors, shattering them with a series of bang bang bang. He summoned his three-headed and six-armed Dharma and threw 6 punches at the void beast. Each punch sent out a golden ripple that hit the void beast. Boom! 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 The two-colored patterns rippled, and the space trembled continuously, becoming blurry. The speed of their punches became faster and faster, but the void beast was still unable to fight against 6 attacks with just 2 fists. After being struck, bursts of lightning spread out from its body, and it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After the firestorm wheels cut through the layers of the lightning mirror, it suddenly pounced toward the horned lightning beast. It turned into a huge crocodile head and opened its mouth to bite. What? The thunder tiger fire leopard was shocked. The power of wind and fire gave him a throbbing feeling. His pupils suddenly widened. Divine fire. Phoenix divine flame. His face was filled with disbelief. The Phoenix divine flame gave him a feeling that it was far superior to Fey and Eyes. Roar! The crocodile monster bit down on the horned lightning beast's head, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't bite down. However, it refused to let go and continued to bite down. The thunder beast continued to struggle, trying its best to push forward. A large number of lightning bolts burst out from the crocodile monster's mouth, and some of them even directly penetrated its body. However, it only made a bowl-sized hole, and the crocodile monster did not let go. The two kept rolling in the air, and the elements of wind, fire, and lightning shot out in all directions. It was an unusually beautiful scene. The thunder tiger and fire leopard were completely dumbfounded. They said in a daze, "What the hell is this cormorant crocodile cormorant?" Boom! 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 A series of tremors caused him to come back to his senses, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. Yunxiao's body had completely turned into a world of golden light. Not only that, but there was also a faint white light shining out like the water and moonlight, sprinkling in all directions. He had completely gained the upper hand and blasted the void beast until it almost lost its form. However, he seemed to have gone crazy. His 6 arms continued to send out golden waves, and the space around him was also in a mess. Suddenly, a ray of white light lit up like a rainbow crossing the sun, and the shadow of a bridge slowly descended. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's heart thumped, and they suddenly exclaimed, "Divine body phenomenon!" 2 beams of light of different colors flickered between Yunxiao's eyebrows, and then a vortex of light emerged under his shoulder armor, materializing one by one. Boom! At the last moment, he punched out hundreds of times more. A terrifying storm of fist power swept out and finally shattered the void beast into pieces. It turned into a thundercloud and dissipated in the thunder world. For gates open. He actually opened 4 doors so quickly. The guests not far away also noticed the situation here and revealed shocked expressions. He was fighting back and forth between 2 void beasts instead of fighting them head-on. It seemed that the thunder tiger and fire leopard's mind was all focused on Yunxiao, so the other void beasts were not very intelligent. As long as they did not fight head-on, they could still deal with him with ease. Yunxiao could no longer suppress the blood and qi in his body. He coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, which had a faint golden color. Only then did the 24 moonlit bridges behind him gradually disappear, as if it had never appeared. The thunder tiger, fire leopard, and the guests were all dumbfounded, and it seemed difficult for them to think. He actually shattered the void beast of a 9 stars martial emperor with his bare hands? Even if all 4 doors were opened, the guests with the strongest divine body could only reach the level of a peak 8-star martial emperor at most. Although the void beast did not have a physical body, in this thunder world, the power it exerted was not much worse than an ordinary beginner 9-star demonic beast. Yet it was shattered by the explosion. Xianxia grabbed a handful of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and swallowed them. Only then did his pale face slightly recover. In the previous exchange, he was forced to the limit of his physical body by his opponent. In the end, he broke through to the 4th gate in one go. The 4 gates of the physical body, the bright moon divine body, the imperishable golden body, and the 6 arms of the transcendence golden body had surpassed the attack limit of the power of 4 gates and completely shattered the opponent. Freak! A monster! The thunder tiger and fire leopard felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Originally, everything was in the palm of their hands, but now there were constant changes. It seemed that the trajectory of fate in the palm was beginning to deviate from the intended direction. "Let's see how you're going to kill him again," he shouted in anger and hit the Vajra scepter again. A bolt of lightning shot out and turned into a long-armed space beast, which was instantly teleported over. Xianxia's face darkened. Although he had suffered a serious injury, all 4 gates were open at the moment, and his fighting spirit was high. In addition, he still had many trump cards that he had yet to use. It would not be a problem for him to kill the void beast in front of him 2 or 3 more times. But if he continued killing like this, when would he reach the end? "Look at me," he suddenly said. The void beast's face was filled with rage and it was roaring continuously. When it heard this, it looked up and its body suddenly stiffened. Pupillary power mirror flow. Xianxia's voice rang out softly. His right eye flickered and exuded a strange force, and strange symbols appeared around his pupil. The void beast's body trembled and it disappeared from the thunder world. What? This time, the thunder tiger and fire leopard really jumped up and grabbed the Vajra in front of them. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Xianxia's face turned pale as he covered his right eye and could not help but cough up another mouthful of blood. He was much more dispirited, as if he had used up all his energy with just one glance. How did this happen? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were completely confused. They roared, "I don't believe it!" He suddenly sent out another incantation seal, hitting the Vajra scepter. A bolt of lightning flashed and then dimmed down. Nothing happened. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked and looked at the Vajra scepter. They saw the long-armed void beast open its eyes, and the spiritual chi around it flickered. "You hid my void beast?" The thunder tiger and fire leopard shouted. Every void beast could only be born after it died, and its strength would drop a lot. "So it's like this?" Xianxiao's eyes flickered with a gleam of joy. He had only trapped the void beast in the eye sorcery space, but did not kill it. There can only be void beasts of one element. The thunder tiger fire leopard's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Not far away, the crocodile and the other void beast were engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of elemental vortexes exploded, and they were locked in a fierce battle. He only felt that there were more and more variables, and his heart was filled with frustration. Although Chun Fengyuan and the others were being forced into a disadvantageous position by the void beasts, it would be difficult for them to obtain victory in a short period of time. The evil spirit was being forced into a corner by the 2 void beasts. When it saw that Xianxia had nothing to do, it immediately ran over and shouted, "Li Xianxia, I can't take it anymore. Come and help me." The lightning tiger fire leopard's gaze focused, and with a thought, a force of realm power suddenly pressed down, directly shackling the evil spirit. Not only that, but thunderclouds were also slowly gathering in the sky. A bolt of green lightning fell from the sky and struck towards the evil spirit like a lightning tribulation. The only thing he could do now was to end the other battles as soon as possible and send more space beasts to deal with Xianxia. He had also noticed that Xianxia's spirit had weakened a lot in an instant. It must have been because the spell he had cast had consumed a lot of his energy, and it was impossible for him to cast it many times. Although the void beasts that surrounded Qinfeng, his wife and Feini had the upper hand, they only had the power of an 8-star martial emperor. It would be useless even if they were deployed. He could only think of a way from Evil Spirit, Minister Bin, and Chen Fengyuan. And Chen Fengyuan was the #1 enemy. He could not underestimate him. He had to kill him. Therefore, the evil spirit that was shouting for help became the first target. Ah! The evil spirit was shocked. It raised its axe to block the lightning in the sky. With a bang, the lightning scattered. The 2 void beasts that were chasing him were also teleported over, and they frantically unleashed their divine abilities in an attempt to kill him as soon as possible. Yunxiao did not seem to be moved by this. He walked toward the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard step by step and said coldly, "Lord Lei Hua is completely ignoring me." His eyes were cold, but there was lightning jumping in his right eye. He could vaguely see a void beast struggling inside, but it couldn't break out. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's face was gloomy. It seemed to ignore him completely and was fully focused on attacking the evil spirit. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. In a flash, Yunxiao appeared above the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, then suddenly transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body. He held several profound level weapons in his hand and waved them all, unleashing their power one by one. The Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror let out a wong sound and a pale yellow mirror light shone down. The formation around the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards immediately reacted. A blue lightning bolt surged up and formed a transparent semicircular defense in the sky. As the mirror light shone down, it flowed around the defensive barrier like a stream of water, dyeing the entire barrier light blue. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard suddenly trembled, as if it was extremely shocked. It raised its head and looked at the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror in shock. What? Yunxiao frowned as well. He seemed to have noticed something from the shock of the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards, as if there was something that surprised him. The Sunset Cloud Mirror was also just a casual move, but it seemed to have some unexpected effects. At this moment, the mirror was emitting a faint light, like moonlight. There was also a constant buzzing sound from the mirror. Looking into the mirror, he could actually see a strange phenomenon. A white mist-like light appeared, as if thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were shrouded in mist. It was like a paradise on earth. What kind of mirror is this? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard gritted their teeth and roared. They were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out and their bodies were trembling. "It's nothing," Yunxiao chuckled. "I'm a natural beauty, so I always carry a mirror with me." With that, he took out a comb from somewhere and began to comb his hair in front of the mirror. Wah wah. Wah! Damn it! The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard was so angry that it jumped up and down like thunder. The pores on its body spewed out flames, burning. He knew that Yunxiao was just trying to annoy him and make him lose his composure. So, he sealed his 5 senses and 6 senses and sat down in the air. Then, he turned the Vajra scepter in front of him, and his left hand formed a series of incantation seals, which he sent out in all directions. When those seals landed on the barrier, they immediately turned into countless dense lightning bolts that spread across the barrier and washed away the mirror light. Ever since the mirror's light fell and completely covered the barrier, he was shocked to find that his connection with the Void Beast had been cut off. This made him lose his mind and he was quite frightened. Fortunately, the light from the mirror was not too strong. After a few thunder spells were cast, all the light was washed away and the connection with the Thunderworld was established again. Yunxiao's face flickered as he grabbed the mirror and shook it a few times in the air. The mirror light seemed to have become a little stronger, but it was still bounced off by a layer of lightning and could no longer play any amazing role. It had been a long time since he had obtained the Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror, but he had never studied it properly. It seemed that there were many powerful divine abilities hidden within it. It seemed that he had to find some time to ponder over it. At this moment, he was still in the air, constantly sprinkling mirror light. At least it could make the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards busy and consume more of his lightning energy. Then, the sword case turned, and the 24 northern heaven-cold stars formed a formation in the air. A sword diagram that was half an acre in size condensed in the air. It flickered with a little bit of coldness and gathered into a huge sword shape, which directly slashed down. Boom! The sword formation smashed into the inner enchantment and was shattered into pieces. The entire space trembled. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard raised their heads again, revealing a shocked expression. Every time Xianxia made a move, he was greatly shocked, and it seemed that the young man had an endless stream of trump cards. After the sword shape was broken, the 24 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords did not collapse. Instead, the position of the swords changed, and the shape of the sword formation changed accordingly. A huge sword talisman emerged and slowly pressed into the boundary. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked. They knew how strong the defensive barrier was. Even a casual attack from a peak 9-star Martial Emperor would not be able to break it. Suddenly, a mass of green surged on the barrier and turned into the upper body of an empty beast. It was the cute shape of an egg. Its two small hands pushed up, and its head supported itself. The sword talisman was immediately flicked out. Cold sweat began to drip down the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's forehead. They hurriedly gathered their thoughts and focused on attacking the evil spirit, hoping that they could suppress Xianxia as soon as possible. Xianxia frowned, and a sneer flickered at the corner of his mouth. He raised an arm, and the Divine Realm tablet slowly emerged. In an instant, it turned into a mountain and fell down. Boom! A huge tremor came, and the entire enchantment trembled. Countless black patterns cracked around the Divine Realm tablet and spread in all directions, directly shaking a gap in the Thunder World. Although the defensive barrier shook violently, it did not shatter. Instead, it caved in. The egg-shaped void beast appeared again, still using its head and hands to push the Divine Realm tablet. Although it couldn't flick the tablet away, it stopped the falling momentum and couldn't move an inch further. Xianxia's face darkened. In a flash, he stepped on the top of the steel and quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands. A large number of ancient Maha characters turned into golden rings that hung around the steel. Not only was there flowing light, but there were also words that appeared, as if they were conveying some kind of ancient meaning. Those words only appeared for a moment, then disappeared in a flash. After that, the white power of the world suddenly spread out, and suddenly the barrier was covered in white light, as if the world was born and transformed into all things. Boom! Under the suppression of the power of the world, the green barrier began to dissipate crazily. Even the egg-shaped void beast, who was holding the Divine Realm tablet with its head, was swallowed by the white light and slowly disappeared. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard broke out in a cold sweat. Now that he had the power of the Thunder World under control, he had lost most of his strength. If Xianxia rushed in, he would probably be killed in an instant. Unable to wait any longer to kill the evil spirit, he suddenly teleported the 4 mid-tier 9-star space beasts that were besieging Chun Fengyuan over, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning immediately blasted toward the Divine Realm tablet and Xianxia. Xianxia snorted coldly as he flickered on the Divine Realm tablet and disappeared from where he was. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were horrified again. He had shackled Xianxia with the power of the Thunder World, so it was impossible for him to teleport away. Besides, he could sense the changes in any place in the Thunder World, but there was no trace of Xianxia at all. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying power of thunder hit the Divine Realm tablet, causing countless thunder light and electric arcs. The power of the world on the Divine Realm tablet was immediately suppressed and kept shrinking. Finally, with a bang, the Divine Realm tablet lost Xianxia's control. With the restraint of the Thunder Realm and the repeated attacks of the 4 powerful void beasts, it was finally sent flying. Well done, Li Xianxia. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. A white sword chi flashed in the sky and Chun Fengyuan appeared above the barrier. Although he was in a sorry state, countless sword talismans surged out of his body, and his face was filled with determination. Using my body to control the sword, using my heart to control the sword, I am the sword. Chun Fengyuan spat out a few words and waved the sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with boundless sword intent rules, which started to revolve around him. The body and the sword became one, the heart and the sword became one, and the person and the sword became one. Old man, The lightning tiger and fire leopard roared in alarm. What do you want to do? At this moment, Chun Fingyuan's body glowed with an endless amount of light. His entire being was like a peerless sword as he said coldly, "Old dog, take my all-out sword." The four void beasts were blocked by this sword intent and were unable to enter. "You're burning your life force. So what? I'll exhaust my entire life's worth of cultivation to take your dog life." Chun Fingyuan's face was filled with determination. Without any hesitation, he turned into a huge sword and slashed down. Not far away, Yunxiao's figure emerged with a flash on the Divine Realm tablet that had been sent flying. He grabbed the tablet and was shocked to see Chun Fengyuan perform the alluring sword. However, he quickly calmed down. He and Chun Fengyuan both knew that this was their only chance of victory. Even if this sword could not kill the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, it would definitely break the Thunder World and severely injure it. "Old man! Damn it!" The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard roared in fear. A sense of extreme danger welled up in their hearts, and all the hair on their bodies stood up. Thunder World condense. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard suddenly turned around the Vajra in front of them, and all the void beasts disappeared in an instant. The beast heads carved on the Vajra closed their eyes, leaving only the one that Yunxiao had taken with its eyes wide open. The green lightning realm that filled the sky suddenly trembled and shrank at the speed of teleportation. Countless thunderbolts gathered in the sky and continued to bombard the man and sword as one. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard held the Vajra scepter in their hands. Countless thunder runes surged on it. They raised it up to the sky and controlled all the lightning. Bang bang! The speed at which the Thunder World was collapsing was also 10,000 miles in an instant. In the boundless sea of thunder, the sword cut through all obstacles and finally struck the Vajra scepter. Boom! An unimaginable thunderstorm formed and turned into a whirlpool, instantly swallowing the two of them. The entire Thunder World suddenly collapsed, and countless thunderbolts flew in all directions, shooting into the void, into the sea, and into Seawood Town. Below, Leylin was also greatly affected. Countless bolts of lightning flickered, and a large number of lightning runes began to surge out. Everyone in Leylin's group was dumbstruck as they looked around in fear. "Let's go!" Mu Yuyun shouted, and all the human cultivators immediately flew up and fled into the distance. It wasn't just the terrifying explosion in the sky, but also Leylin's abnormal behavior. They all felt extreme danger and didn't dare to stay any longer. Somewhere in Leylin, Murong Hangyu had already returned to his normal appearance. However, his face was extremely pale, and the corpse of the flesh-faced Sea tribe member lay beside him. It had already been dismembered into a terrible state. He looked up at the explosion of the Thunder World in the sky with a look of shock. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. "Third Great Uncle!" Chun Feng roared, his face filled with grief and indignation. He couldn't even get close to the area within 100 zhang, let alone rush into the thunderstorm to save people. Feini, Liang Yui, the evil spirit, the guests, and the others were all pale. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. They were already seriously injured and would not recover without a few months of rest. The evil spirit, in particular, was attacked by the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards in the last stage. Its entire dragon body was smashed and it was almost dying. At this moment, Yunxiao had also noticed Leylin's situation down below. He could not help but look shocked as he said, "The peerless second wood is about to be born." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked down. Countless lightning runes surged from Leylin's body, and all of Leylin's power of lightning gathered in one spot, turning into a huge ball of lightning that flickered continuously. Above the ball of lightning, there was a constant flow of electricity like water, and the countless lightning talismans that gushed out did not disperse. They condensed around him, as if forming an outer shell that continued to expand. As for Leylin, he had used up all his lightning in an instant, and his body had become dim. Not only that, but all the rootless green trees were also withered as if they had completely withered. Millions of spirit lightning fruits had also disappeared. Not a single one was left. It's over, Ingluo." Mu Yiyun looked from a distance, and his entire person felt uncomfortable, his expression becoming extremely unsightly. Although Leyland's true ruler was the Blade Sect, the profits that the Divine Tree family obtained from this place every year were extremely abundant. Now that Leyland was destroyed, they had cut off an important source of income, and the family would probably weaken. Boom, boom, boom. As the ball of lightning below changed, thunderclaps came from the sky. Each sound was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's heart. It caused their blood to surge, and they almost couldn't stand still. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked around. The guests and ministers looked at the thunderstorm in the distance that had not yet dissipated and said in a serious voice, "Could it be that the peerless Wood is reacting to the thunderstorm?" "It's not that simple," Xianxia said with a serious face. "It's not that simple. Every time this lightning energy strikes, it will stir one's heart, and its level is even higher than the thunderstorm. This so-called peerless Wood seems to be strange." "Strange?" The guest was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Let me and the big strange dragon enter the divine realm tablet. He's about to die." Xianxia glanced at the evil spirit in the distance. It was indeed on its last breath. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, all the guests, the evil spirit, and the crocodile were taken in. When the few people in the sky saw this scene, their bodies trembled all over, as if they had thought of something, and they revealed dumbstruck expressions. However, everyone pursed their lips and didn't dare to make a sound. Yunxiao's eyes swept over them, and the faint coldness in his eyes sent a chill down everyone's spine. They had been busy dealing with the void beasts in the Thunder World just now, so none of them had seen Xianxia make a move. They had only vaguely glanced at him a few times, but they knew that Xianxia was the one who had contributed the most to breaking the Thunder World apart from Chun Fengyuan. That kind of absolute strength, even if the three of them were at their peak, they might not be able to defeat it even if they joined forces, let alone now that they were all seriously injured. "You'd better forget what you shouldn't see," Xianxia said coldly. "You'd better forget it after seeing it." Chun Feng's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Xianxia, you're overthinking it. The two of us did not see anything." Fanny also asked, "What did you see?" "I've been paying attention to the thunderstorm." "Did I do something wrong?" She had an innocent look on her face as she blinked. Xianxia nodded, then turned to Murong Hengyu and said, "Where's Brother Hengyu?" Murong Hengyu trembled. Yunxiao's eyes were not as cold as the other three, but just a faint inquiry, and a friendly and gentle attitude. His expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, "This person is only so gentle to me. Is it because I'm handsome? Did he have a habit of sharing yang?" At the thought of this, he was so scared that he shivered and hurriedly said, "I didn't see anything." With that, he even took a few steps back to put some distance between him and Xianxia. "I hope you remember what you just said," Xianxia said with satisfaction. "Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." "Don't worry, Brother Xianxia," Qin Feng said. "If it wasn't for Brother Yunxiao's display of divine might, I'm afraid we would have already fallen in the Thunder World." He looked at the thunderstorm in the distance, a trace of worry in his eyes. "I wonder how Third Great Uncle and that old dog are doing." Fanny asked, "Young Master Xianxia, what do you think is the deal with this peerless second wood? And what was that thunderous roar just now?" After the battle just now, Yunxiao's position in her heart had increased greatly, and he was undoubtedly the leader of the group. "Not even my divine sense can penetrate this mass of lightning and that thunderstorm," Xianxia said with a frown. "I can't even penetrate them with my divine sense. Even if Mr. Feng Yuan could survive, his cultivation base would probably be very high." Chun Feng's heart thumped, and his face revealed a mournful expression. Boom, boom, boom. A tremor came from the sky again. This time, the sound was even stronger than before. It shook them so much that their faces turned pale and their eardrums almost burst. Not only that, the thunderstorm in the distance actually began to slowly disintegrate under this shock, and two figures shot out. "Third Great Uncle!" Chun Feng shouted as he flew up and hugged one of the men. Chun Fengyuan was already on his last breath. His entire body was abnormally old. His skin was like dried-up tree bark, wrinkled beyond recognition. Chun Feng could feel that there was still a breath left, and he hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and fed them to her. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at another beam of light in the distance. As countless thunder rings flickered, the thunder tiger and fire leopard manifested. At this moment, his body had completely turned into an elemental body. Half of it was lightning and the other half was fire. His eyes were pitch black and abnormally terrifying. What? Even such a powerful explosion couldn't hurt him. Fanny cried out in shock, her face turning pale. After the thunder tiger and fire leopard showed up, they did not attack Yunxiao and the others. Instead, they looked down with their dark eyes and were shocked. What a powerful second wood chi! Is this the peerless second wood? The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes were filled with ecstasy. They were so excited that their whole body trembled. Just as they were about to fly down to snatch it, the thunderbolts in the sky suddenly came again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the sound was even more intense. Everyone's faces turned pale. Fei and I could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked up at the sky in horror. Above the dark clouds and rolling thunder, a thundercloud had appeared at some point, in which purple lightning was rolling like a dragon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone present was extremely knowledgeable and had a certain level of understanding of lightning. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's body also trembled. The thunder and fire elements on their bodies churned even more violently. They roared in shock. World-destroying sacred thunder. Taishu Yuching Purple Mansion Nirvana World, destroying divine thunder. His tone was filled with extreme fear. Yunxiao swallowed and looked down at the ball of lightning. He finally understood what the lightning runes that had rolled out and condensed into shells were for. What on earth is this peerless second wood? He actually attracted the world-destroying sacred thunder. The entire sky fell silent, and only light and shadow flickered before everyone's eyes. A purple dragon descended from the 9 heavens and seemed to pass through endless time and space as it bombarded the body of the peerless wood. The purple dragon's eyes were as deep as the ocean, and they seemed to contain extremely powerful spirituality and pressure. They sank into the green shell of the peerless wood. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, as if the world had collapsed. Everyone could only see the extremely solid outer shell of the lightning talisman being destroyed in an instant. Then, a blinding light bloomed, and everyone was blinded in an instant. Even Yunxiao felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and he quickly closed them. The terrifying lightning energy shot out in all directions, and everyone felt a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth pouncing on them. They all circulated their energy to resist it, and many of the weaker fighters in the distance let out blood-curdling screams before turning into ashes. Everyone felt as if the world had fallen into chaos. Violent energy filled every space, and everyone circulated their defensive power to the extreme, afraid that they would be accidentally drawn into the terrifying field energy. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated, and everyone opened their eyes one by one. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. They were surrounded by the ocean, and they were more than 10,000 meters away from land. The ball of green lightning was still floating above the sea, but the lightning shell around it had completely disappeared. It had become a ball of energy, and its aura was clearly much weaker than before. Although he was injured by that powerful attack, he survived it. What's going on? Mu Yuyun said in a daze as he looked at everything in front of him. Mu Yofeng's body trembled, and he said in horror, The swan and Seawood Town is gone. Ah! Mu Yuyun finally called out, his face still blank, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The people in the sky were also shocked as they looked down in horror. The purple lightning had such terrifying power. Purple lightning from the second wood. Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out. It was filled with extreme excitement and joy. With a flash of light in the sky, the thunder tiger and fire leopard appeared above the ball of green lightning, their faces full of excitement. After experiencing the baptism of the purple lightning, most of the green Wuxia had been scattered, but it had become even purer. It was mixed with many purple lightning and seemed to be gradually merging together, making it even more terrifying. Ha ha ha! The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed. The two elemental powers on their bodies were boiling as they flew down in a flash. Not good, Chen Feng said in shock. He looked up at Xianxia, his face filled with anxiety. If the thunder tiger and fire leopard got the peerless second, wouldn't everything they had done be in vain? Now that Chen Fengyuan had completely lost his combat power, Xianxia had vaguely become the well-deserved leader of the crowd. There's no rush. It doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and he looked suspicious as he said slowly. All of a sudden, heaven and earth trembled again. Boom! A boundless might descended, and everyone's heart trembled as they looked up in horror. The rumbling thunderclouds did not disperse. Instead, purple lightning once again condensed, and a wave of heavenly might descended. Everyone was greatly shocked, and their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled, afraid of being implicated. Gulp! Yunxiao's throat moved as he swallowed with difficulty and said in horror, "Is there more? Could it be that the origin of wood is not tolerated by the heavens and must be destroyed?" He remembered the Maha-ancient scripture that Polong had mentioned, which was something that could not be tolerated by the world. It had directly struck down the world-destroying divine thunder for several months, forcibly blasting the 3,000 words of the rules of the Great Path into pieces. The lightning fire tiger leopard's body suddenly froze as it looked up at the sky in horror. There are more. His expression was extremely serious. Although the peerless chi of wood in front of him had become purer, its aura was much weaker than before. It would probably be difficult to withstand a second lightning. The mass of purple-green peerless would continue to roll around, seizing every second to melt the purple lightning and nourish itself. The lightning tiger and fire leopard gritted their teeth and turned into a flash of lightning. If the peerless second wood was shattered, then his chances of taking a step forward would be even slimmer. He had not made any progress in the peak 9-star realm for more than 10 years. The opportunity was right in front of him. He must not miss it even if he had to risk his life. The black eyes of the thunder tiger and fire leopard flashed with determination. He planned to put the peerless second wood into his bag before the purple lightning struck and then escape. In a breath's time, he appeared in front of the purple-green light. Feeling the power of the elemental origin coming at him, he could not help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha! This was the purest wood essence. Even a tiny bit of it would benefit him greatly, not to mention such a big one in front of him. He laughed and manifested a huge claw, grabbing down. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of the ball of light and shot toward the giant claw. What? The lightning tiger and fire leopard were shocked and immediately retracted their hands, revealing a look of horror. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the sky was stunned. This peerless second would had its own consciousness. That's Ingluo. Suddenly, Yunxiao's body trembled as he looked at the ball of purple and green origin energy in horror. His eyes filled with extreme shock. Not only him but everyone else also seemed to have noticed something. One by one, they opened their eyes and looked over equally terrified. Wood transformation. It's actually Mu who's about to take form. The lightning tigers and fire leopards were also shocked, but their eyes were flashing with excitement. They kept licking their dry lips and their bodies trembled with excitement. The transformed would also had supreme spirituality. If one could refine and absorb it, the chances of entering divine transcendence would increase by a few times. The cloud of Chi started to change. A human figure slowly appeared, and his face became clearer. In the morning, I drink the dew from the fall of Mulan, and in the evening, I eat the fallen flower of the autumn chrysanthemum. Pull the root of the tree to form Jishi, through the falling pistil of the mayfly. The sound of a poem slowly rang out from within the azure light, and Emu's body gradually became clear. It was a man with a cold expression and lightning-like eyes. Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded. The person who had taken form was an old acquaintance, the spirit of the ancient evergreen tree. Little Qing. He could not help but exclaim. After half a day of torment, the entire seawood town was buried with him, and countless people were buried under the purple lightning. It turned out that he was the one who was tormenting. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to understand everything. There was no peerless wood here, nor was it the birth of the wood essence. Instead, little Qing was hiding here to cultivate. She must have broken through a crucial barrier. Not only did she accelerate the ripening of all the spirit lightning fruits, but she even attracted the world-destroying divine lightning tribulation in the supreme pure purple mansion. Greenie's true form, the ancient evergreen tree, was the source of all trees, the place where the essence of the second wood in the world gathered. Speaking of which, these so-called rootless trees were just his children and grandchildren. When his old friends saw this scene, Xianxia was a little stunned, as if it had been a lifetime ago. Qing Zhu's face was unusually cold. It looked at the thunder tiger and fire leopard coldly, then looked worriedly at the purple lightning in the sky. Can you understand what I am saying? Hurry up and come with me. I can save your life. Otherwise, when the purple lightning strikes, you will die without a doubt, the lightning tiger and fire leopard said anxiously. Qing gave Xianxia an indistinct glance, completely ignoring the thunder tiger and fire leopard's words. You don't understand what I'm saying? The thunder tiger fire leopard was anxious. Qing Zhu's gaze turned towards the purple lightning and revealed an unusually serious expression. It spat out a single word. Get lost. The thunder tiger fire leopard's face darkened and he said angrily, You are indeed highly intelligent. You should understand that the power of the purple lightning is not something you can resist. Come with me. Qing Zhu glanced at him, its eyes full of unconcealed contempt. That expression was enough to explain everything. Damn it. It's no longer up to you to leave. The thunder tiger and fire leopard were furious. Their figures flashed and they rushed up. Their 5 fingers opened and turned into a huge flame prison, falling on little Green's body. Qing Zhu's pupils shrank, and a strange look flashed in its eyes. It said coldly, Since you have the heart to help me, then stay behind and take the lightning for me. He flashed and instantly moved behind the thunder tiger fire leopard. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his entire body turned into a dense electric net. It shot out and trapped the thunder tiger fire leopard. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked. They roared and clenched their fists. The fire prison immediately turned into a fist and smashed onto the electric net. Boom! With a blast of the fiery fist, the entire electric net began to burn, but it could not be broken at all. Damn it! The thunder tiger and fire leopard's expression changed. What made his heart turn cold was that in the thunderclouds in the sky, a purple dragon's head could be vaguely seen. A sense of boundless danger welled up in his heart. Break! He let out a furious roar. He couldn't be bothered to take little Green anymore, and his first priority was to escape. His 2 fists transformed into elemental forms, 1 lightning and 1 fire, and he simultaneously used his essence force to blast down on the electric net. Boom! The 2 elemental powers hit the electric net and burst open. One side of the electric net was forced to open up, like a stretched string, tight but unbreakable. At the same time, a large number of electric arcs shot out, carrying traces of purple. A strange lightning symbol suddenly appeared on the tightened net, and a terrifying power of lightning emerged. Ah! The thunder tiger and fire leopard instantly felt a sharp pain in their hands. A flash of lightning bloomed and blasted them away with a bang. Countless lightning bolts surged out of his arms, cutting his body apart inch by inch. He almost lost the feeling in his arms. After the lightning tigers and fire leopards were repelled by the net of lightning, the surrounding area suddenly changed. Little Qing's entire body appeared behind him, and the lower half of its body transformed into an octopus with countless lightning feelers. It bound the lightning tiger and fire leopard's limbs and waist tightly, then pulled with force. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's entire body suddenly stretched out, its chest facing the sky, and a purple shadow shrouded it. Ah! Don't! The The lightning tiger and fire leopard's eyes suddenly opened wide. They had gone completely mad. Circles of lightning tentacles pulled at their limbs. There was even a force on their waist. They were completely using their chest to receive the purple dragon lightning. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as his face was filled with despair. He opened his mouth wide and breathed in and out like a volcano, spewing out endless thunder and flames towards the purple lightning. Even though he knew that it was useless, this was the last instinct of a peak 9-star expert to survive. He had to exhaust all his strength and potential. The light of thunder and fire surged up like a mad tiger and leopard. It leaped up and rushed toward the lightning. Boom! The purple dragon lightning fell and struck the tiger and leopard, instantly breaking them apart and continuing to fall. However, the purple dragon's body also instantly shrank by several inches, and its heavenly might was greatly reduced. Boom, boom, boom! The purple light finally hit the thunder tiger and fire leopard's chest, and the sky was filled with lightning. Countless lightning patterns surged in all directions, and the entire sea set off huge waves that rushed up to the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed again. They felt that the pressure that filled the sky seemed to be much weaker than the first purple lightning. The thunder tiger and fire leopard had played a significant role. The entire ocean was shimmering with purple light. Even the power of the ocean seemed extremely insignificant and helpless in the face of this heavenly might. Pai Pala. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's body was constantly emitting lightning. Its whole body was completely charred, but it was still exhaling smoke from its mouth. It seemed that its internal organs were cooked. He made a low sound from his throat and fell from the sky. He fell into the sea and made a splash. Everyone was shocked. A peak 9 stars martial emperor was so terrifying that he did not turn into ashes under the bombardment of the purple lightning. He was still alive. Moreover, the thunder tiger and fire leopard had already been injured in the previous battle. If he was in his peak condition, he might really be able to withstand one blow. After the thunder tiger and fire leopard fell, a large amount of lightning appeared on the sea. Then, Little Green's figure gradually appeared. Its face was pale and it spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The 2 consecutive bolts of purple lightning had already overwhelmed him, and the lightning on his body flickered non-stop. What was even more frightening was that the thunderclouds in the sky had yet to disperse and were rumbling again. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Little Qing, what's going on?" Chun Feng and the others were all stunned. They looked at each other. He actually recognized the spirit of the second wood that had just taken form. Qingzhu wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and chuckled. Everything has its ups and downs, abundance and loss. The spirits of the 5 elements each have their own duties. Once they deviate from their trajectories, they will violate the heavenly rules and will not be tolerated by the realm. What? Yun Xiao trembled. Then, he's dead for sure. Not exactly. Qingzhu shook its head and said, "Although I've broken through my own shackles and am infinitely close to the origin of wood, the heavenly rules I've broken are not strong. Therefore, there are only 3 heavenly tribulations. As long as I can survive it, I'll be fine. Moreover, the purple lightning dragon that you saw was just a fragment of the world-destroying sacred thunder. Otherwise, when the complete world-destroying sacred thunder descended, I would have been turned into ashes." Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was only a clone? Little Qing raised its head and looked at the purple lightning in the sky. It continued to gather before finally speaking, "Li Yunxiao, I owe you a favor for helping me survive this tribulation." Yunxiao's face flickered as he said coldly, "Even if you're taking pleasure in helping others, you still have to act within your means. As long as you're willing, I believe you can help me," Qing said. "You think too highly of me," Yunxiao snorted. "You're overestimating me." Qingzhu frowned and said, "This is the first time I've asked for help since I've transformed. Although there was a small misunderstanding between you and me back in the demon plains, it was not considered a grudge. If I can survive this, I'll have the chance to become the only with true spirit in this world. At that time, you should understand the value of the favor I owe you." Yunxiao remained unmoved as he said indifferently, Back in the demon plains, Shang wanted to take you in for refinement, and I was the one who saved you. After that, you even ganged up with Shang to deal with my people. I can't accept such a favor. Qing Zhu's expression changed slightly. It revealed an anxious expression and said, I didn't handle it properly that time, but you saved me because the situation forced you to. Now, I'm only one step away from returning to the origin. If I don't repay this kindness, it will become a demon in my heart, and I will never be able to step into the 10 worlds' true spirit realm. Everyone in the sky was shocked. The 10 Directions divine realm had long become a legend, but this person in front of them said that he could reach the true spirit realm. It was too hard for them to accept. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then looked up at the purple dragon in the clouds, which was even more powerful than the previous two. The conditions are very tempting, but I'm sorry. I'm really afraid that I won't live to enjoy it. The profound level weapon you used to crush the axis of the armillary sphere should also be a saint weapon, right? Xiao Qing asked anxiously. With the saint artifact protecting us, our chances of surviving this tribulation are extremely high. Yunxiao's face flickered, and a struggle appeared in his eyes. If little Qing could break through to the 5-element true spirit realm and owe him a favor, it would be an extremely tempting condition. You owe me 3 favors. Qing Zhu's face darkened and it trembled with anger. Don't push your luck. For a true spirit to owe you 3 favors, you're asking for too much. I'm putting my life on the line, Yunxiao said coldly. I've already laid out my conditions. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Qing Zhu gritted its teeth and trembled in anger. At most 2 favors. Otherwise, I might be able to pass the tribulation myself. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in a deep voice, Deal! He immediately teleported to Qing Zhu's side and transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body. Everyone in the sky trembled as they looked at Yunxiao in horror. Although the conditions were indeed worth risking their lives for, anyone with a little bit of rationality knew that the chance of survival was 1 in a million. Even a peak 9-star expert would die if he was hit by it, let alone the last thunderbolt, which was more powerful than the previous 2. Don't worry, I won't forget what you've done for me today. Qing Zhu was overjoyed. His body turned into thunder in an instant, forming a great array with a radius of 1,000 feet and floating around Yunxiao. That formation was Little Green's main body. Lightning was rolling on its surface, and countless runes of all kinds surged out. The violent energy caused people to tremble even from a distance. After Yunxiao transformed into his transcendence golden body, his 6 arms began to perform incantation gestures at the same time, and a huge black shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. A ring-shaped demonic aura slowly surrounded the true devil giant spirit. Within the ring, the shadow of some weapons could be seen moving slowly. Qing Zhu's shocked voice suddenly came from the formation as if it was in extreme disbelief. True Fiend Dharma Idol. The 6 Paths demonic weapon. Yunxiao's heart stirred. Little Qing could be said to be the one who had lived the longest in this realm, and he knew more or less about all kinds of things in the heavenly martial realm. He could get some information from him later. What a pity! What a pity! Qing suddenly sighed, not knowing if it was because Yunxiao was not strong enough or something else. Yunxiao did not have time to think. His 6 arms did not stop, and all kinds of complicated incantations flew up, including many ancient characters of Maha. The appearance of each ancient character triggered a law and made the world tremble. That dazzling move shocked everyone in the vast sky and sea. Fanny felt a lingering fear in her heart. She had come out of the mountain with the strange ghost this time because she had heard that Yunxiao had the Phoenix Divine Fire, and she planned to find him all over the world and seize his divine fire. Now, his face was abnormally pale, and just thinking about it made his body tremble. As Yunxiao waved his 6 arms, 3 dazzling golden energy barriers were condensed out of thin air, which spun slowly in the air like mirrors, reflecting the waves of the sea. Then, the sword case on one of his arms turned, and 24 northern heaven-cold star swords flew out. They spread out in the air instantly, and a cold light shone, blinding people's eyes. As soon as he performed the incantation gesture on his arm, The 24 swords separated with a clang and formed a huge sword array. A surge of sword chi spread out and directly condensed into a sword talisman with a silver light, which slowly flowed. Once again, Xianxia opened his primordial heavenly eye, and a dark demonic light flew out, turning into a huge demonic sky armor in the sky and falling down, which was directly worn on the true devil giant spirit. Suddenly, a wave of vast demonic power surged non-stop, and the strange barrier on the devil sky armor suddenly opened. His two arms formed a strange seal again, and the divine realm tablet flew out slowly, falling directly on his palms and holding in front of him. A ray of light shot out from the steel and activated ancient Maha characters. They turned into golden rings that hung around the steel. At the same time, a golden nebula appeared and spun in front of him. The four arms behind him grabbed the Thousand Autumn's tyrannical saber, the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, the Dynasty Bell, and the cold sword, Ice Frost. Even a strike from a peak 9-star expert might not be able to break through such a vast power. All the people in Tianhai were completely dumbfounded, especially Chun Feng and the other young heroes. In an instant, they understood the gap between them and Xianxia. It was no longer a chasm, but a galaxy. Little Qing, who had transformed into a formation, was also shocked. She looked at Xianxia's state with a dazed look, unable to calm down at all. Although the spirits of the 5 elements were shackled by the rules of heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to break through their inherent realms, the speed of cultivation within the same realm was almost 1,000 miles a day. He had just become a martial emperor back in the demon planes, but now he had the power equivalent to a peak martial emperor. Compared to Xianxia, this abnormal speed that could only be seen on the spirits of the 5 elements was like a tortoise racing with a rabbit. Little Qing knew very well what Xianxia was capable of back in the demon land. He was willing to make a promise and agree to 2 favors because the other party had a saint artifact. He was counting on the saint artifact to help him resist for a while, and he was already content. After that, he would have to rely on himself for the power of the heavenly tribulation. But now, it seemed that Xianxia's full power was no less than his. While his feelings were complicated, he was also pleasantly surprised. Just as Xianxia finished making the last move, the thundercloud in the sky suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace with a bang, revealing the purple dragon. Waves of heavens might instantly rippled out, and everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone's skin began to conduct electricity, and electric arcs kept emerging. Whoosh! Everyone made a prompt decision and immediately turned into light to escape into the distance. This last heaven's might was already unimaginably powerful, and the distance they were currently maintaining was not enough for them to feel safe. At the same time, everyone was even more horrified. When they thought that Xianxia was going to take such a move head-on, their faces turned pale, and their hearts beat violently. Xianxia's face turned pale. The power of the purple lightning was far beyond his expectations. Qingzhu was also shocked and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. We'll definitely be able to survive." Boom! The sky trembled. The purple dragon circled around for a while, and its eyes shot out a cold light. It suddenly flew down. The people in the distance could only see a purple dragon shadow falling. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed. Ha! At Xianxia's roar, the true devil raised its huge hand and grabbed at the demonic ring in front of it. With a boom, the true demon grabbed an illusory iron pill manual and flipped it over. The head of the true demon's predecessor suddenly opened its eyes and lowered its head to look at the illusionary iron pill manual, as if it were reading something. As the illusionary scroll unfurled, an indescribable vast power spread out. Boom! The purple dragon descended, and with a flash of lightning, the vast power was destroyed without any resistance. The illusionary image of the Iron Scroll pill manual turned into specks of fluorescent light and dissipated in the hands of the true devil giant spirit. The face of the giant true devil's predecessor revealed an expression of shock and anger. It waved its hands, and the devil elemental ring in front of it suddenly disappeared. 3 of its 6 arms grabbed the shadow of a devil weapon, shield, a book, and a saber. His 6 arms waved at the same time, and 3 MO weapon phantoms and 3 fists shot out. Bang! 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 He was still too weak. As the lightning fell, the 3 demonic weapon phantoms and 6 arms exploded at the same time, turning into countless demonic essence power that disappeared in the flash of lightning. The purple dragon directly broke through the true demonic spirit's attack and was immediately affected by the demonic sky armor's abnormal enchantment power. However, it also broke through in an instant and blasted directly on the demonic sky armor. Boom! The lightning pierced through the demonic sky armor, and the true fiend giant spirit's entire body crumbled into pieces, turning into demonic essence that filled the sky. However, they were also annihilated by the lightning. Xianxia's face flickered. With a loud cry, he raised both hands and threw the Divine Realm tablet up. The golden light on the tablet spread out layer by layer, making it look like a golden world, and the monument was immortal. Boom! The purple lightning rushed into the golden light of the Divine Realm tablet and hit the tablet. All the light dimmed at once. The Divine Realm tablet trembled violently, and its majestic posture collapsed layer by layer. Countless golden lights shot out. Xianxia changed his incantation gesture, and the million sword illustration immediately soared into the sky. A silver sword beam spread out, and sword runes bobbed up and down in the silver sea of swords. Boom, boom, boom. All the golden light on the Divine Realm tablet collapsed, and the purple dragon shadow also dimmed a little before it rushed into the sea of swords. Boom! The sword talismans in the million sword illustration emitted thousands of silver rays, but they all collapsed in an instant. The 24 northern heaven cold star swords were all dyed with purple lightning, and their own spiritual energy continued to dissipate. Xianxia was taken aback. All 3 of his defenses had been broken. Although he had consumed a lot of purple lightning, the rolling heavenly might still emerged above him, sending forth an unrivaled mighty force. His hands quickly formed seals, and the 4 profound level weapons on his forearms behind him smashed into the golden vortex in front of him. Countless seals were sent into it. The golden whirlpool seemed to be boiling, and the 4 profound level weapons were faintly visible, floating up and down. Star Jade, explode! Xianxia's face froze, and the golden vortex instantly turned into a shadow thousands of feet long, as if the entire space was contained in it. The 4 profound level weapons were surrounded by a golden light as they all started to spin. The entire whirlpool sea was like a boiling pot as it exploded towards the purple dragon lightning. Boom! The entire sky was blown into smithereens, and the earth caved in. But Xianxia did not relax at all. Instead, his heart sank. The mighty heavenly might was close to his feet. His 6 arms quickly performed incantation gestures, forming 3 defensive barriers that spun in front of him like mirror lights. The 4 heads on the 3 heads split open at the same time, and a vertical eye opened. Each of them shot out a beam of elemental power, which was wind, fire, and lightning respectively. In an instant, the 3 barriers turned into a 3-elemental barrier. The 3 faces roared, and the 4 doors on their bodies opened. The Paramitha bridge descended, and the 24 moonlit bridges appeared. His strongest defense was his physical strength. At that moment, the 1,000-foot array that little Qing had transformed into began to spin, turning into countless thunder runes and gathering toward Xianxia. The countless thunder runes stuck to Xianxia's body and stacked together to form a tall armor of thunder, looking like a giant of thunder. All the lightning talismans lit up at the same time and connected with each other as if they were one. Roar! After going through so many obstacles, the purple lightning dragon seemed to be a little upset. It roared again and again, and its eyes shot out a sharp light. Boom! The dragon shadow landed on the thunder armor, and the countless thunder talismans collapsed one by one. However, the speed was not fast. As they collapsed, they were also constantly consuming the power of the purple thunder. Xianxia's pupils constricted and flickered with an unusually fierce look. He clenched his 6 arms into fists and roared as he punched at the purple dragon. Countless golden fist shadows appeared in the sky, layer by layer. Suddenly, the sky was filled with purple, green, and gold. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion shattered the surrounding space. The people in the distance were also terrified. Their hearts were constantly impacted by the visual impact. They only felt that the three-colored light was becoming more and more blurry and had completely descended into chaos. Boom! Finally, with a loud explosion that shook the world, the water in the entire sea area was instantly evaporated. The sky completely collapsed and fell into endless darkness. It was like a huge black hole, with no light shining out. Gulp! Everyone's throats moved, and they found it difficult to make a sound. In the end, Chun Feng pursed his lips and said with difficulty, "What's the ending? Did you make it?" There was silence. No one could answer. Everyone stood still. That earth-shattering scene had been firmly engraved into their bones. It kept replaying in their minds, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The darkness in the distance gradually dissipated, and a little light slowly appeared. A bolt of lightning jumped and emitted a shwa 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 sound. More and more lightning gathered and slowly formed a ball. It was half purple and half green and extremely pure. Although the lightning was dazzling, the aura on it was extremely weak, as if it was about to be extinguished at any moment. It was obvious that it had been severely injured. All of a sudden, a large crimson hand appeared above the ball of lightning, and it grabbed downward. Bolts of lightning shot out, and the ball of lightning struggled a few times, but it couldn't break free. Ha ha ha! It's still mine in the end. The peerless E-Wood. A cluster of flames jumped out with a bang, and a burly figure emerged from the darkness. It was a ferocious and excited face. It was the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. What's going on? Impossible! He's not dead yet. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and an uncontrollable fear spread through their bodies. He had clearly been charred black and breathless. Even if he wasn't dead, he couldn't have appeared as lively as a dragon. After a short moment of shock, Chun Feng, Murong Hengyu and the others' expressions turned dark. The peerless second must not be taken away by him. But the power displayed by the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had already shocked everyone. Everyone stared at it, and no one dared to approach it rashly. Bang! Just as everyone was thinking, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's body suddenly trembled. A bang sound was heard from its heart, and an arm full of sharp claws burst out from behind. Ah! This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The sharp claws were extremely bloody, and there were countless pieces of meat stuck to them. It was the broken heart of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were also furious, frightened, and desperate. They roared unwillingly, "Leap sect! You animal, you dare to kill me?" The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard went completely berserk, as if they could not believe what they were seeing. They had actually died at the hands of Leap Sect. A faint figure appeared behind him. Leap Sect's face twitched, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. As if he was afraid that the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard would struggle before death, he was extremely careful and said coldly, "In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. Lord Lei Hua, with a junior like me to push you, you can die in peace." He suddenly kicked out, as fast as lightning. Bang! The heads of the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards exploded like watermelons, and all kinds of liquid splashed everywhere. Everyone trembled as they looked at the scene in disbelief. The overlord of a generation, a peak 9-star martial emperor expert, had died in such a cowardly way under the sneak attack of a junior. Even though they had been mortal enemies before, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Seeing a peerless expert die so puny and insignificant, they all felt weak in their hearts. Leap Sect pulled back his bloody claw. Excitement flashed across his face as he reached out to grab the ball of lightning. All of a sudden, he felt a chill run up his spine. An ice-cold sword was placed on his neck. Then a cold voice said, "Well, good kill. Saves me a lot of trouble." "Li Yunxiao!" Chun Feng cried out in surprise. His eyes were filled with joy. The rest of the people were also overjoyed and shocked at the same time. Although they did not want Yunxiao to die, when he was really alive and well, It gave them an indescribable sense of pressure. You? How could you still be alive? Leap Sek's entire body trembled. He was also in disbelief. He did not dare to turn his head because he could clearly feel the coldness on his neck. The sharp aura of the treasured sword was so strong that he could barely breathe. Xianxia was in a sorry state at the moment, covered in blood, but his eyes were full of light as he sneered. Tisk, tisk. Is that how you greet people? Fa happy. Do you believe that I won't hack you to death right now? Don't whine, we can talk this out. Leap Sect gulped, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. What's there to talk about with you? You even took away one of my puppets. I'll kill you to vent my hatred. Xiao's voice grew colder. With a slight shake of the sword in his hand, one of the dragon scales on Wanzong's neck burst open with a bang. Don't! Stop! Leap Sect trembled in fear and quickly said, Do you still want that puppet of yours? If you kill me, you will never find that puppet again. Don't tell me you know where my puppet has been teleported to? Xiao sneered. I'm not going to let you know. The pink crystal dust's teleportation is random. I know this better than anyone else. Leap Sect did not know how important the puppet was to Xiao, so he had only mentioned it casually. But at this moment, he seemed to find a glimmer of hope, so he said hurriedly, It's indeed random, but I know the general location. What? Xiao said in disbelief. You can only fool children with your flowery words. The ice sword moved slightly, and hot dragon blood flowed out. No, it's true. I'm not lying to you. I'll show it to you and you'll know. Leap Sect quickly said. But you must swear not to kill me. If it's true, Xiao said with a frown, I'll let you live. The gourd little Vajra was very important to him, and he could vaguely sense that Leap Sect did not seem to be lying. If he could find it, it would indeed be a great fortune. Otherwise, with the vastness of the heavenly martial arts realm, he might not be able to find it in this lifetime. Leap Sect was overjoyed. He suddenly took out a jade pendant and formed several runes in the air. The runes flew around the jade pendant and gathered into it before he threw it back. Xiao took the jade pendant and scanned it with his divine sense, then frowned. Seeing that there was no more sound behind him, he hurriedly shouted, The location recorded on it is definitely real. Xiao fell silent. He held the jade tablet and looked at it for a while, then retracted his sword and said slowly, You can leave. When Leap Sect sensed that the sword chi was gone, he instantly took 10 steps back and retreated more than 100 meters before turning around warily. His face was filled with anger. Xiao gave him a cold glance. Then with a casual wave of his hand, he caught the purple-green thunderbolt in his hand and slowly put it between his eyebrows. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they watched him collect the peerless second wood. They felt bad. But in any case, it was better for Xiao to take it than the Sea Tribe. Besides, Xiao and the spirit of the second wood had known each other for a long time, and no one else here had the qualification and strength to take the spirit of the second wood. Leap Sec's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. He said coldly, This matter is over. This king thanks everyone for your warm hospitality. Li Xiao, I'll remember you. Xiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, What? Do you want to be beaten up? Leap Sec's expression changed slightly, and he snorted heavily. He flicked his sleeves and shouted, Let's go! Not far away, a beam of light flashed. It was Runwu, who also had a bad look on his face. He glanced coldly at the crowd, but did not dare to look at Xiao. The two brothers immediately turned into a ray of light and fled toward the distant sea. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether to stop or not. If they did, they might not be able to stop him since everyone was seriously injured. Moreover, the other party was the Crown Prince of the North Sea. It would be troublesome if he really stopped them. It was better to turn a blind eye and let them go. Everyone looked down at the vast ocean. The entire seawood town, which was tens of thousands of meters wide, had disappeared. They were all depressed and emotional. The three brothers of the Mu family looked even gloomier and their hearts ached. Everyone has worked hard, Chen Feng sighed. Things have come to this, and there's no turning back. Fortunately, we're still alive. Let's go back to the Dingtian city. The jade bangle on his wrist flickered, and a beam of light shot out. It transformed into an 8th-grade netherworld warship not far away. Everyone boarded the warship, and Xianxia did the same. The people who had escaped from the city and were watching in fear from a distance were also taken away. A few days later, an 8th-grade warship suddenly appeared on Dingtian city, attracting the attention of countless people. After the chaos caused by Dijia in the city, the defense ability of the entire city had greatly increased. As soon as they saw the giant warship coming, the people on the city wall suddenly panicked. Don't panic! Don't panic! This is the Blade Sect's 8th-grade warship, a captain-like figure shouted. He fixed his eyes on the battleship and saw a huge eye-catching symbol on it. It belonged to the Blade Sect. Are you the Lord from the Blade Sect? But why did you come in a battleship? All sorts of gossip and guesses could still be heard from the top of the city wall. All of you, shut up, the captain shouted. Open up the city's defenses and welcome the Lord from the Blade Sect. Immediately, a dozen or so cultivators flew up into the air and began to form various hand seals before flying around in a circle. Layers of mirror lights appeared on the city wall and opened one by one. Are you the Lord of the Blade Sect? Please state your name. The captain saw the starship approaching and hurriedly asked. A handsome man appeared on the deck of the warship and said in a clear voice, I'm Chun Feng from the Blade Sect. I'm going to enter the city now. Thank you for your help. He flipped his right hand, and a golden token flew over. The captain's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew of Chun Feng's name. After checking the token, he immediately said respectfully, So it's the eldest young master of the Blade Sect. I'll report this to the city lord. There's no need, Chun Feng said. There's no need to alarm too many people. We can just stay at the Divine Wood family. The captain was shocked and seemed to realize something. He hurriedly said, Yes, yes. Mu Yun also appeared on the deck, standing behind Chun Feng. Many thoughts ran through everyone's mind as they watched this scene. After the city lord's mansion was exterminated, its strength fell drastically, and it was no longer able to rule over the Dingtian city. The major forces in the city were all moving in the dark, constantly recruiting talents and moving to the major forces to increase their foundation. There had long been rumors that the power behind the Divinewood family was the Sabersword sect, and that the interests of the Seawood spirit-suppressing Thunderfruit were under the protection of the Sabersword sect. Now that the eldest young master of the Sabersword sect had personally come to the heaven-stabilizing city to support the Divinewood family, it seemed that the rumors were most likely true. The city's defense force was originally under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion, but since the incident, every cultivator had sought refuge with other major forces. At this moment, the city's defense force was jointly controlled by several major forces in the city. This news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Dingtian city. In the city, in the largest living room within the Divine Wood family's sphere of influence, a few beautiful maidservants flowed around endlessly, and soon, all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit wine were placed on the table. Each banquet table was filled with a fragrant aroma and rich spirit energy, and there were also many top-grade thunder spirit fruits. There were more than 10 people sitting in the hall, looking at the sumptuous hospitality in front of them, all smiling. Chun Fengyuan and Mu Yuyun were sitting at the head of the hall. On the lower left were Yunxiao, Chun Feng and his wife Fei and Ai Chigui, and Murong Hengyu, while on the lower right were Jiang Shoujin, Mu Yufeng, Mu Yulang, and a few core figures of the Divine Tree family. Chun Feng picked up the wine jug in front of him, opened the lid, and sniffed. He chuckled and said, Even with my cultivation, a sip of high-grade spirit wine is equivalent to several days of bitter cultivation. The Divine Wood family is indeed rich and overbearing. Don't laugh at me, eldest young master, Mu Yun quickly said with a bitter smile. It's rare for Mr. Feng Yuan, eldest young master, and all of you young heroes to come to my humble home. It's really an honor. I've brought out all the family's collection. I hope you don't think it's bad. Chun Feng chuckled. You're too kind, Lord Yuyun. I've never seen many of these rare and precious fruits before. I've truly broadened my horizons today. As long as you like it, Mu Yuyun said. There are some collections in some of the races. I'll get someone to pick some good ones for you to slowly taste later. You're welcome, Qinfeng hurriedly replied. Mu Yun sighed and said, Sigh. The Divine Wood family has been under the care of Mr. Feng Yuan, the eldest young master, and young Master Heng Yu for many years. They have some savings. They can maintain the operations of the family for now. But now that Seawood Town has been destroyed and all the rootless trees have disappeared, the Divine Wood family has lost an important source of income. The family's legacy is in jeopardy. He cried as he spoke, and he couldn't help but wipe his tears with his sleeve. Murong Heng Yu took a sip of the wine and laughed. Lord Yun is overthinking. With young Master Qinfeng around, the Blade Sect is rich and generous. Even if they pluck a leg hair for you, it'll be enough for your Divine Tree family to survive for hundreds or thousands of years. Mu Yun hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists at Qinfeng. If that's the case, the entire Divine Wood family will be deeply grateful to you, eldest young master. Qinfeng was holding a piece of fruit in his hand and was just about to eat it, but now his mouth was wide open, unable to put it in. He could only put the fruit back on the plate and said to Murong Heng Yu, Young Master Heng Yu must be joking. The Blade Sect's expenditure was so huge that it was hard to imagine. The Murong family, on the other hand, had been living in seclusion for many years. They had all sorts of spiritual stones and treasures that they could only enter but not leave. They must have accumulated a mountain of them and were probably rich enough to rival a country. Why don't the Murong family come out now and occupy a wondrous place in Spirited Mountain and become the 10th superpower? Our two families will form an alliance and advance and retreat together. If the Murong family is willing to come out, then I will have to ask young Master Heng Yu to take good care of the Divine Tree family. I will be extremely grateful, Mu Yun quickly said, taking advantage of this opportunity. Murong Heng Yu snorted coldly and said, Humph. Over the years, more than half of Seawood Town's income has gone to your Blade Sect. Now that Seawood Town is gone, not only the Divine Wood family, even my Murong family is in trouble. I might have to borrow some money from your Blade Sect. At the side, Fei and I's eyes gleamed and she said, I finally understand how to sell the spiritual lightning fruit. It's brilliant. Hi. Chi Gui frowned. What do you mean by that? Fei and I's eyes turned and she smiled without saying a word. Seawood Town is gone now, Qinfeng said with a bitter smile. There's nothing to hide. Feini, what do you mean by brilliant? Chi Gui said unhappily. I can only guess a little, Feini chuckled. Let Lord Yuyun explain. Mu Yuyun sighed, and with a pitiful expression said, The benefits of the Seawood Thunder Spirit fruit are too great. Although we have the support of the various lords of the Blade Sect, there are still some powerful forces or cultivators who can't afford to offend us. Therefore, the smuggling of the spiritual lightning fruits came into being. The Murong family secretly supplies the fruits to those who need them in large quantities. What? Chi Gui was shocked and his eyes widened. So, the so-called smuggling is actually in cahoots with you? Mu Yu nodded and said, The benefits of this are obvious. First, it's to satisfy the needs of the major forces. Hehe. Secondly, Ing Luo. Fei and I chuckled and said, The price of the smuggled spiritual lightning fruits has almost doubled. The profits are unimaginable. There must be other powers who have guessed the key to this, but with the Saber Sword Sect and the Murong family, these two behemoths keeping watch, they'll turn a blind eye to it. The Murong family's smuggling business is the biggest slice of the cake in Seawood Town, Qinfeng said. You're dog shit. The number of fruits and the flow of the fruits are all under the control of the Blade Sect. We've only taken a small portion of it, Murong Heng Yu shouted. Mu Yun hurriedly said, Young masters, please stop arguing. Now that the fruit forest is gone, what should we do next? I hope that the Lords present can give the Divine Wood family a way out. Murong Heng Yu and Qinfeng instantly died. Their heads turned to the outside. Mu Yuyun looked pitifully at Qinfeng Yuan beside him. Qinfeng Yuan had been silent the entire time. He looked extremely old, but he was wearing a gorgeous long robe, looking quite noble. In the previous battle, he had exhausted all his energy. Although he was lucky enough to survive, His cultivation had been completely crippled and he had become an ordinary old man. This was a cruel thing for someone who had once stood at the peak of the continent. Fortunately, Chun Feng Yuan was optimistic, and he seemed to have accepted this reality after a few days of change. Chun Feng Yuan looked at Mu Yoyun's pleading eyes and smiled. I've already become a cripple, and I plan to find a place to spend my remaining years in peace. I won't interfere with the sex affairs anymore. The entire place suddenly quieted down, and only the sound of ba-ji of fruit being eaten could be heard, which seemed to be somewhat disharmonious. Fanny blinked and looked at Yunxiao. Young Master Yunxiao, you're just sitting there without saying a word and only eating. Are these bejeweled nectar and jaded fruits really that delicious? Yunxiao's hands did not stop as he swallowed a few fruits in a row. More than half of the things on the table had been eaten, and his mouth was full of food, so he could not speak clearly. It's such a good thing, it'll be a waste not to eat it. Eating these is equivalent to a year and a half of bitter cultivation. I'm not like you guys who want to lose face and suffer. In fact, all of them want to eat until they're half dead because they want face. As he spoke, he ate a few more. He seemed to have choked, so he directly opened the lid of the wine pot and drank big mouthfuls of the fine wine. Everyone could only smile bitterly, feeling a little dizzy. But what Yunxiao said was true. Eating all the fruits on the table could probably make up for a year and a half of hard cultivation. However, no one could eat so rudely. That makes sense. After hearing this, Qi Jiui thought for a moment and also began to eat the fruit with all his might. During the battle in Seawood Town, he had been unconscious and protected by the people of the Divine Wood family, so he did not see Yunxiao show his power. But he had heard Fanny tell him everything in detail on the way here. Although he did not believe it, he knew that there was a great gap between him and Yunxiao. In this world, it was not scary to be stronger than you. What was scary was those who were stronger than you and worked harder than you. Qi Jiui had also thought about this point. Face was not worth mentioning when it came to something as important as raising one's cultivation. If you have the strength, you will have face no matter what. Without strength, no matter how pretentious you were, others wouldn't think that you had any face. They would only think that you were a fool. Chun Feng, Murong Hengyu and the others were silent for a moment. They looked at each other, then suddenly grabbed the bejeweled nectar fruit in front of them and began to eat. Even the two women, Fanny and Liang Yui, smiled. Although they were not as rough as the men, they also quickly took the fruits and ate them. This immediately made Mu Yun feel bitter, a heart-wrenching pain. He said in a trembling voice, "Eat slowly, everyone, eat slowly. Let's first talk about the future development of our clan." However, no one paid any attention to them, and they all ate faster. Not only Mu Yun, but the other members of the Divine Tree family were also in pain, beating their chests and stamping their feet. "Wow, I'm full. It's so comfortable." After a while, Yunxiao patted his belly and laughed happily. The small mountain of fruits in front of him was now empty. Mu Yoyun's heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile obsequiously. "It's good that young Master Yunxiao is comfortable. It's good that you are comfortable." Yunxiao smiled. "I just heard from Lord Yuyun that there are still some things in the mansion. Why don't you take some out to eat?" "I'm not full yet." He touched his belly. Mu Yoyun's face turned green, and his eyes bulged. He said in a trembling voice, "The remaining bit is the entire foundation of the Divine Wood family. Young masters and young lords, let's eat slowly and talk about our clan's situation and development first. As long as we're happy with the discussion, I'll tell you everything I have and let everyone eat to their heart's content." "That's a good idea," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Let's talk after they finish eating." Chun Feng and the others ate faster and faster, with no intention of stopping. Mu Yun patted his head, feeling that he had met a fiend. The reason why he had taken out so many good things to entertain everyone was to show his sincerity. More importantly, they were all people of status. Even if they wanted to eat, they would only have a taste. Most of the bejeweled nectar fruits had to be moved back to the treasury. Who knew that they would run into a shameless fiend like Yunxiao, who even led everyone to eat together? Even the core members of the MU family couldn't help but eat quickly. Once the meeting was over, They wouldn't be able to share these supreme-grade spirit fruits. Mu Yoyun's anger rose, and he glared fiercely at those people. Only then did they restrain themselves. Only Jiang Shoujin was still calm and composed. He didn't put down his old face and only took a sip, chuckling like a senior. Why aren't you eating such delicious fruits? Yunxiao gave Jiang Shoujin a surprised look. Then, in a flash, all the people could see was a flash of green light, and all the bejeweled nectar and jaded fruits in front of Jiang Shoujin were moved to Yunxiao, who then continued to eat. If you don't want to eat, I'll help you. Jiang Shoujin was stunned for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly in a friendly manner. Yunxiao did not even look at him as he continued to eat and drink. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yunxiao finally finished the food in front of him and burped. That burping sound made Mu Yoyun's heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. However, the person in front of him was the #1 rising star and would definitely be the world's overlord in the future. He was someone he had to curry favor with. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Yunxiao, did you enjoy your meal?" "I'm happy. I'm so happy." Yunxiao laughed, and everyone looked at each other. Yunxiao rubbed his belly and said, "Since you're so happy eating, I'll give Lord Yun an idea. I'm sure you'll be able to get out of this predicament." "Oh? Hurry up and tell me." Mu Yoyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately became overjoyed. "Lord Yun, you only need to send someone to spread the word that the Saber sect and the Murong family will be your backers," Yunxiao said. "You'll have to give more than half of your profits to them. Who in the entire Dingtian city will compete with you for business? You can just wave your hand and take a bite of all the business in the entire Dingtian city." Chen Feng and Murong Hengyu choked, their necks turning red as they desperately patted their chests. The other one coughed continuously, spitting out the pulp in his mouth. Mu Yuyun also smiled wryly and shook his head. "Do you think this is inappropriate, Lord Yuyun?" Yunxiao sneered. "I'm not going to let you go." Mu Yuyun sighed. "It's not just inappropriate, it doesn't work at all. It's a completely imaginative idea. Putting aside the fact that the other forces in the city also have a backer, if I were to provoke public anger by openly snatching benefits like this, the Saber Sword sect and the Murong clan would have to stand on the side of justice. How could they help me?" No, it won't work at all." Mu Yuyun shook his head repeatedly, thinking that although Yunxiao was strong, his thinking was still too naive and simple. "That's right. A gentleman loves wealth and takes it in the right way. How can you take it by force? My blade sect will definitely not allow it," Chen Feng said with a serious expression. Yunxiao sneered and said, "Your families have been eating the lion's share of the pie for so many years. Now that you have nothing to eat, you don't care when someone is in trouble. Hee, as expected. A gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way. We're just discussing a plan." Chen Feng's face turned red. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "There's no need to discuss it. Just use my method. When the Divine Wood family is attacked, if the two of you don't stand up, I'll announce to the world that Seawood Town has been eating big money for so many years. Let's see where you two can put your faces." This can't be." Chen Feng panicked. If it were someone else, he would not believe that the other party would dare to do this. But Yunxiao was 100% sure that he would dare to do it, and he would definitely do it. Murong Hengyu was also a little apprehensive. The Murong family really didn't earn much. "Brother Yunxiao, you can't do this to me." "I don't care about that," Yunxiao snorted. "I only know that if I get benefits from others, I have to do things for them. I had a great time eating the fruits, so I have to speak up for the Divine Tree family. Other than the spirit lightning fruits that you've been exploiting them for all these years, you've also been giving them all kinds of offerings, right? When things come to a head and others are in trouble, you guys start to play dumb?" "Brother Yunxiao, you've misunderstood," Chen Feng said hurriedly. "We can't just stand by and do nothing about the matters of the Divine Tree family. However, with Seawood Town destroyed, the Divine Wood family's decline is inevitable. If they want to rise again, there must be a process." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "Chen Feng, you're still playing dumb with me. If you really want to support a mere Divine Tree family, even without the spirit lightning fruit, you will only become stronger. He saw that Chinfeng still wanted to argue, so he interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't try to reason with me. I don't understand." In short, a year later, the Divine Wood family declined. Not only did I tell everyone about what happened in Seawood Town, but I also told everyone about some of the secrets of the Blade sect. He laughed coldly and said, "For example, Chun Duantian's 9th concubine's family, the Situ family of Qinyuan City, slaughtered 1,000 people in a night and swept through the other forces in the city with thunderous methods, unifying Qinyuan City. I think it was done by a slightly fat, double-jawed, short, and fat winter melon martial emperor from your Blade sect." Chun Feng's expression changed drastically, and even Chun Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed in shock. The others all frowned slightly before their expressions changed drastically. Chun Feng swallowed with difficulty and said sternly, "Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. The Qinyuan City case is still a mystery. What right do you have to say that we did it?" Yunxiao chuckled and said, "When that happened, you were not even born yet. You can ask your third great uncle. Back then, he had unintentionally passed by Qinyuan City and happened to stay there for a night. He had witnessed this matter with his own eyes." Chun Fengyuan was also shocked. Although people in the world could more or less guess that it was done by the Blade sect, no one dared to say it out loud, and no one knew what the murderer looked like, but Yunxiao seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. "The Blade sect has always been open and above board. How could they do such a shameless thing?" he said in a deep voice. "Let's not talk about these nonsensical rumors and get down to business. I also feel that the Divine Tree family has been doing their best for us all these years, so we should give them our support." When Chun Feng heard the first two sentences, he gave Yunxiao a fierce look, but when he heard the latter part, he was surprised. Seawood Town had already been destroyed, and the Divine Wood family basically had little value left. They were not worth supporting at all, and his third great uncle should know this better than him. He immediately understood that Yunxiao's words must be true. His third great uncle was also afraid that things would get out of hand, which would have a bad influence on the Blade sect. "How about this? Since the position of Lord of the Dingtian City is about to change hands, let Mu Yun take over," Chun Fengyuan said. Chun Feng was startled. The position of the city Lord of the Dingtian City had many implications. The other major powers had also sent people to offer tributes, and the Blade sect had accepted them. It would be too unkind of them to rashly interfere. Even if he wanted to support the Divine Tree family, there was no need for him to interfere in the matter of the city lord. He was just about to speak when Chun Fengyuan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Chun Fengyuan took a sip of wine, then looked at Yunxiao and said with a smile, "I wonder if young Master Yunxiao is satisfied with such support." Yunxiao smiled as well. "I'm satisfied," he said. "I'm satisfied. Lord Yun, I didn't eat the fruits for free. I've fought for the city lord position for you. Thank you, young Master Yunxiao. Thank you, Lord Fengyuan." Mu Yun was overjoyed, and he could not contain his excitement. He knew very well that Chun Fengyuan was giving Yunxiao face, so he said in a hurry, "Since young Master Yunxiao likes to eat these spirit fruits, I'll have the servants pack up all the stock and send it over immediately." A core member of the MU family immediately understood and left the hall to prepare all kinds of gifts. "Congratulations, Brother Yuyun," Zhang Xiuzhen also said with a smile. "It's all thanks to Master Cultivator, all of you," Mu Yuyun hurriedly said. "I hope Master Cultivator can take care of me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but in the future, more than half of Myriad Treasure Store's business will go to the Divine Tree family in the Dingtian City." Zhang Xiuzhen patted his chest and said, "Really?" Mu Yun was ecstatic, and he repeatedly cupped his fists and said, thank you, great cultivator." Good things came one after another, and happiness came so quickly that the three brothers of the MU family suddenly felt as if they had fallen into the clouds. In fact, Zhang Xiuzhen was just taking advantage of the situation. Previously, 1/3 of Myriad Treasure Store's business in Dingtian City went to the City Lord's mansion, and 1/5 went to the Divine Tree family. Now, it was just a sum, but to the Divine Wood family, it was undoubtedly great news. The three of them knew that it was all Yunxiao's work, and they were very grateful. Murong Hengyu, Fei and I and the others looked on from the side, their eyes flashing as they each had their own thoughts. Chun Fengyuan smiled. Young Master Yunxiao is a man of honor. You are truly a rare character. I wonder if you are interested in being a guest at the Blade Sect. Is it because I told you some secrets just now, Mr. Fengyuan? Yunxiao asked. You want to lure me over and kill me? Haha. Young Master Yunxiao, you're so humorous. Chun Fengyuan laughed and said, You're the #1 person in the younger generation. You'll definitely be an overlord in the future. You'll be a peerless figure. The Blade Sect really wants to make friends with someone like you. Mr. Fengyuan, do you mean that we are not friends now? Yunxiao asked. Haha, I misspoke. Young Master Yunxiao, you're so forthright. Chun Fengyuan stroked his beard and laughed, his face relaxing for the first time in a few days. Befriending Yunxiao was the last thing he would do for the Blade Sect. Although there would be some twists and turns in helping the Divine Tree family to become the city lord of the Heaven Stabilizing City, it was indeed not a big deal to the Saber Sword Sect. On the other hand, Yunxiao was someone he had to make friends with. Since the incident with Songyue Yangcheng, Chun Feng, who had always been proud and arrogant, had completely changed, as if he had become a different person. Not only had his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds, but even his character had become restrained and low-key, concealing his strength and biding his time. So, not only him but even Chun Duantian and the others were very curious about Yunxiao. This time, when Chen Fengyuan saw how tyrannical the dragon was, he felt even more uneasy than he had heard. During this period of time, his cultivation had been crippled, so he was in a low mood and didn't speak. Just now, he had the chance to make friends with this person, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. He immediately stood out to support the Divine Wood family, which was considered a favor to him. The Morong family also welcomes Brother Yunxiao at any time. Morong Hengyu cupped his fists and said, The same goes for the Long family of Sky Ridge, Fanny said with a smile. After witnessing Yunxiao's strength, these people, who had always thought highly of themselves, had lost their desire to compare themselves with him. They were completely convinced and began to rope him in for their own interests. Yunxiao laughed. The Morong family is hidden from the world, and the Heavenly Ridge is between the dangerous cliffs. Both are rare sights in the human world. I'll definitely go there when I have time. It was also a response to the two of them. Chun Feng also understood his third great-uncle's meaning. He immediately laughed and said, After Songyue left, Chun Feng has been thinking about Brother Yunxiao. Why don't you come with me to the Blade Sect now? I'm sure there will be better wine and food for you. I also have many things to ask Brother Yunxiao about martial arts. Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and his smile vanished as he said slowly, I'm really sorry. I have something to do. Because I haven't been on the continent for a long time. I'm very uninformed about some news, and I want to ask you all about something. What's the matter? If we knew, we would definitely tell you everything we know, Qin Feng said in surprise. Even if it's a secret, with Myriad Treasures Tower's ability, we can quickly guess it, Jiang Xiuzhen hurriedly said. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Tang Xian of the Red Moon City is going to marry Jiang Ruobing. Do you know the inside story? Everyone was taken aback, revealing strange expressions as they looked at each other. Everyone knows about this. Fei and I suddenly laughed. Why do you ask, young Master Yunxiao? She blinked and said, Tang Xian is also a rare young hero in the world. She's also the son of the city lord of Red Moon City. I heard that she's also the direct disciple of the martial sovereign, Teng Guang. I heard that Jiang Ruobing is also as beautiful as a fairy and is famous for her beauty. The two of them are a perfect match. Oh, I understand. When Fanny saw Yunxiao's face turning uglier and uglier, she immediately changed her tone and said, Back then, young Master Yunxiao showed his power in the Red Moon City and was called the #1 rising star by Jiang Churen. He must have some connection with Jiang Ruobing, right? Mu Yun said, Everyone in the world knows about this. There are still more than a month before the wedding. My Divine Tree family has also prepared a generous gift. What does young Master Yunxiao want to know? Is Jiang Ruobing really willing to marry Tang Xian? Yunxiao asked. Or is it because she was forced by someone or the situation? He raised his head and stared at Chun Feng. The Blade Sect is also one of the 7 superpowers. It's impossible that they don't have such information, right? Chun Feng's heart jolted from his stare, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly said, I do know some inside information about this. Indeed, it's just as Brother Yunxiao said. The 7 great forces pay close attention to each other, he said with a bitter smile. He could not help but glance at the Feini Chigue. The Long family does have spies in the Red Moon City, but I'm not sure about that. Fei and I laughed. Chun Feng nodded and said, after the opening of the ancient lands and the barren lands, Jiang Churen disappeared. The Red Moon City changed hands. This caused a huge commotion. Even Jiang Churen's family was forced to flee the Red Moon City overnight and seek refuge with the Jade Toad sect of the North region. He gave Yunxiao a strange look and said, according to the information, when the Jiang family's wife and daughter escaped from the Red Moon City, they received the help of a mysterious young man. After that, the Red Moon City began to put you on the wanted list, Brother Yunxiao. There was a lot of tension between them. That's me, Yunxiao said. I'm the one. He added, it's a pity that I wasn't strong enough at that time. Otherwise, I would have killed Tang Qing directly. Ruobing and the others wouldn't have to run away. Everyone's hearts trembled, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Now Tang Qing was the master of Red Moon City, one of the 7 sect masters in the world. Who dared to say such treasonous words? Chun Feng was also drunk. He wiped his cold sweat and continued. Then it's no wonder. The Red Moon City's wanted order for Brother Yunxiao has not been withdrawn. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and his face darkened. If the Red Moon City dares to harm young Master Yunxiao, the Blade Sect will always welcome young Master Yunxiao, Chun Fengyuan suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. He was obviously trying to recruit Yunxiao at the cost of offending the Red Moon City. Thank you, Yunxiao said. Chun Feng was also shocked by his third uncle's decision. Although Yunxiao was worth recruiting, it seemed extremely unwise to offend Red Moon City for this reason. After the mother and daughter of the Jiang family fled to the Jade Toad sect of the north, we continued to send people to keep an eye on them for a while, but there's not much information value left. After all, Tang Qing is an external force. Although he drove away the Jiang family's mother and daughter, it will take a long time for him to sit firmly on the position of the city master. With the help of the East Sea War to stabilize his prestige, and the fact that a large number of opposing forces were sent to the front line to die in the East Sea War, Tang Qing has further increased his control over Red Moon City. However, after the war ended, all kinds of counterattacks continued, and the internal struggle in Red Moon City was extremely intense. After wiping out a large number of elders, Tang Qing finally took control of the overall situation one by one. But at this time, he seemed to have realized that if the purge continued, Red Moon City would very likely fall from the height of the 7 major forces. Therefore, they adopted a compromising attitude. By marrying Jiang Ruobing and forming a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, they won the favor of the opposing forces and finally secured their throne. As for Xianxia of the Jade Toad clan, the Jiang family was sent back to the Red Moon City with a letter. After Chun Feng finished speaking, the entire meeting hall fell silent. Not only is Tang Qing powerful, but he's also a cunning old fox, said Feini. According to our Long family's intelligence, there's more to him than meets the eye. She also revealed the information she knew. Moreover, this information wasn't considered a secret among the 7 superpowers. Chun Feng's face turned cold as he said coldly, he was able to settle the matter of Songyue City. Moreover, he suddenly seized Red Moon City. How can such a formidable person be simple? I'm going to settle the score with him sooner or later, Chun Fengyuan said slowly. These old foxes in the Merchant Union are not simple people. Among the 7 forces, the one most likely to fall is the Red Moon City. They must have made a detailed plan and planned for a long time. Jiang Xiu laughed awkwardly. With his status, he didn't dare to talk about this and could only play dumb. Why do you say that, third great uncle? Chun Feng asked in surprise. The Red Moon City was far in the east and dominated a region. There was no competition, so it shouldn't collapse so easily, right? On the other hand, our north region is full of heroes. Chan Fengyuan said, in the Red Moon City, many forces work together and do their own things. If they met a strong commander, they would become a piece of iron, and their strength would surpass the other 6 sects. But if the commander is weak and incompetent, he is a pile of loose sand. Other than his reputation, he is not even as good as the 10 sects of the North region or the 7 leaders of the Merchant Union. I see. What about Zhang Churen? Chen Feng asked. Chen Fengyuan's brows furrowed as his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Zhang Churen may look gentle and refined, but he's actually very shrewd and unfathomable. After the previous city lord, Ning Ku, disappeared for no reason, the Red Moon City had already begun to fall into chaos. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. In fact, there are 2 most important keys to the situation in the entire Red Moon City. One is how strong the forces behind Tang Qing are, and the other is whether Zhang Churen is really dead. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with endless sorrow. Only he and Tian Si had seen Zhang Churen's death with their own eyes. Even if the others had guessed it, they could not verify it. Chen Feng nodded and said, according to the Blade Sect's experts who entered the secret realm at that time, Zhang Churen encountered a powerful enemy in the end. She didn't make it out in time. She most likely died. However, even if he couldn't defeat that peerless expert, he wouldn't have died. Thus, there are many different opinions and no definite answer. That's right. Lord Yuzhua of the Long family was there too, Fanny added. She gave Yun Xiao a strange look and said, when Lord Yuzhua described the scene, he said that young Master Yun Xiao was also deeply involved and seemed to have left later than them. The crowd was taken aback, and all their eyes were fixed on Yun Xiao. Chen Fengyuan furrowed his brows. I finally understand the intentions of the Red Moon City. Why are they hunting down young Master Yun Xiao? It turns out that only you know whether Zhang Churen is dead or alive, he said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked at Yun Xiao. The mystery that had been bothering them for a long time seemed to be about to be solved. The moment Yun Xiao saw the sadness in his eyes, he immediately hid his emotions and said coldly, why are you all looking at me? Even if I do, it's a secret. Do you know what a secret is? Secrets are things that cannot be said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife when he thought of the battle on Earth and planet Tianhuang. He was not willing to tell the news of Zhang Churen's death himself. Everyone smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Young Master Yun Xiao, you're too unhappy, Fanny mumbled. We're all sharing information, but you're hiding it. Then you can shut up, Yun Xiao said coldly. You don't need to share. Fanny trembled. Yun Xiao's eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, which made her shudder. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she bit her lip and stopped talking. Chen Fengyuan's brows also furrowed as he said, since young Master Yun Xiao doesn't want to tell us, we won't force you. Zhang Churen's life is important, but it will only affect the situation in the eastern region. It won't affect our Blade sect much. Whether the city lord of Red Moon City was Zhang Churen, Tang Qing, or anyone else, it was the same. However, I have a question that I hope young Master Yun Xiao can answer. What doubts? Yun Xiao asked. What doubts? Who was the person who could injure Zhang Churen in the ancient times? Chen Fengyuan asked. Everyone was shocked and pricked up their ears. Yun Xiao's face was gloomy as he said, a monster that has lived for countless years in someone else's body. Where is that monster now? Chen Fengyuan asked. Can you come out of the ancient land? Yun Xiao saw Tian Si come out of Yang Yuanshu's memory, and Ning Qiue had followed him. He sighed and said, they're already out. I don't know where it is right now, but if the Blade sect is able to find the whereabouts of that thing, don't forget to let me know. Everyone was shocked. A monster that could injure the city master of Red Moon City was roaming the continent like this. How dangerous was that? However, how many people in the world could subdue such a monster? Chen Fengyuan's expression was also unsightly. He nodded and said, I'll report this to the sect master and even the holy region. Young Master Yun Xiao, you won't mind, right? Yunxiao frowned and said with hatred, I don't mind. It's good to ask the Holy Region to help me find out where this person is, but this person will die in my hands sooner or later. Oh? Where does young Master Yunxiao get his confidence from? Chen Fengyuan was stunned as he asked in confusion. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, because no one in this world can kill him. With Tian's abilities, even if he were to encounter a powerhouse like a conferred martial emperor, he would still be able to escape even if he could not defeat him. Moreover, Tiansi had the ancestor of the Moon Eyes, Gui Su, by his side. It was as if two divine transcendent experts were following him in both body and soul. Even if Ao Changkong were to make a move, he would definitely not be able to kill Tiansi. After all, each of the 10 titled martial sovereigns was extremely talented. It was inevitable that Ao Changkong would make further progress after more than 20 years. Yunxiao could not help but tremble when Shilong's face suddenly appeared in his mind. The only one in the world who had the confidence to kill Tianxi was the living true spirit, the son of the true dragon. How could Chen Fengyuan know that he had thought about so many things in a flash? He only muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. Indeed, there are very few people in the world who can kill him. Chen Feng continued the previous topic. Our original inference was that it was very likely that the forces behind Tang Qing had sneaked into the world to deal with Zhang Churen, which made it easier to take over the Red Moon City later. From the looks of it, Zhang Churen's disappearance was completely an accident, and it could be considered as a great help to Tang Qing. Fanny's expression had returned to normal. She nodded and said, originally, if Zhang Churen was here, we could at least draw out the forces behind Tang Qing and let us estimate. Right now, we don't have any clue about the terrifying power behind Tang Qing. This cocoon must be peeled off layer by layer, Yunxiao snorted. After beating the watchdog, the master will naturally come out. He stood up and said, I'm pretty much aware of the situation. Thank you, everyone. I'll take my leave here. You? Chun Feng's expression changed. Brother Yunxiao, you're not going to the Red Moon City, are you? What? Yunxiao asked. Brother Chen Feng, do you want to go with me? Brother Yunxiao. Chun Feng's face was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly said, we can't be reckless in this matter. If Brother Yunxiao wants to stop the wedding, it'll be like sending a sheep to a tiger's mouth. Besides, have you ever thought that this might be a good thing for Lady Ruobing? At least the Zhang family managed to stay in the Red Moon City and continue on. What a joke, Yunxiao said coldly. If we kill Tang Qing, the Zhang family will naturally be able to continue. But if you go now, you won't be killing Tang Qing. You'll be sending yourself to your death, Chen Feng said. I'll go, Yunxiao said. Even if I have to die, I'll go. I don't understand, Chen Feng said with a frown. Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said indifferently, because someone died for me before, so I have to die now. Chen Fengyuan said, everyone has their own obsessions. There are things a man does and things he doesn't do. Since young Master Yunxiao has made up his mind, we can't stop him. Although the Blade Sect can't go against the Red Moon City directly, if young Master Yunxiao has a request, we will definitely do our best. His words were very serious, and he had made it clear that he supported Yunxiao's position. As one of the 7 superpowers, his words were very likely to offend Red Moon City. But he still said it, which was enough to show his determination to win Yunxiao over. Since you've said so, Mr. Fengyuan, I won't be polite, Yunxiao said. I just happen to have something to trouble the Blade Sect with. Everyone's faces darkened. This Yunxiao was really impolite. He had just finished speaking, and now he was making demands. Everyone had the same thought at the moment. In the future, when talking to him, they must not be polite. Chen Fengyuan's brows also twitched slightly, and he said with an unmoved expression, What's the matter? Yunxiao chuckled. I need an auxiliary mystic artifact called the Finger Spirit Plate. I wonder if the Blade Sect has it? Finger Spirit Plate. Chen Fengyuan pondered for a moment and said, This item isn't anything particularly precious, but there aren't many of them left in this world. They are usually used to find mineral resources, and most of them aren't of a high grade. I wonder what grade of Finger Spirit Disc young Master Yunxiao needs? Ninth tier, Yunxiao said. Ninth grade. Chen Fingyuan's pupils shrunk. He immediately shook his head. The level 9 finger spirit plate is most likely used to search for natural treasures and top-grade spirit ores. As far as I know, the Blade sect doesn't have this item. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with disappointment. Suddenly, a voice said, Level 9 finger spirit plate? What a coincidence! Everyone's eyes followed the voice. It was Jiang Xiuzhen. With a fawning look, he squinted his eyes and smiled. There's an item called the 9th rank finger spirit plate in the auction of the Myriad Treasure Store in New Yen City. When Jiang Xiuzhen saw Yunxiao's puzzled look, which seemed to indicate that he had never heard of New Yen City, he hurriedly explained, New Yen City is a giant city developed by the Merchant Union. As the new city of the Merchant Union, the auction will be held in 7 days. After the auction ends, there's still more than a month before the wedding in the Red Moon City. It's enough for young Master Yunxiao to prepare. That's great, Yunxiao said happily. I'll go to New Yen City now. Why don't I go with you, young Master Yunxiao? Jiang Xiuzhen hurriedly asked. Something has happened in Seawood Town, and I need to go back to New Yen City to report the situation. No, Yunxiao said. I'm used to being alone. Jiang Xiuzhen took out a golden token and handed it over with both hands, respectfully saying, In that case, young Master Yunxiao can take this 10,000 Treasures Towers token. It'll be enough for you to move unimpeded in the city. I see. Yunxiao took it and said, Thank you very much. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed in and whispered a few words in Mu Yuyun's ear. Mu Yuyun was stunned at first, then revealed a pensive expression. He looked at the crowd and said, The Lord of the Setting Sky City has come to visit. He must have seen the battleship of the Blade sect following me into the city, so he came here personally to gather information. A cold expression appeared on his face. The position of City Lord was about to be his, so he did not care about this position anymore. He turned to Chun Fengyuan, asking for his opinion. Let's talk about such a small matter later. Let him wait. Chun Fengyuan said. Mu Yuyun immediately gave the order. With Chun Fengyuan's status, it was normal for him to ask the City Lord to wait a little longer. You can go now, Yunxiao said. If you have time in the future, we'll meet again at the Blade sect. Have a good trip, young Master Yunxiao. Everyone stood up to send him off, their faces full of reluctance and affection. Yunxiao smiled faintly as his body gradually faded and finally disappeared from the hall. The moment he left the Divine Wood family, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and headed in the direction of the teleportation array. There was indeed a luxurious war chariot parked in front of the Divine Wood family's gates. An elder stood in front of the gates with a worried look on his face. He was most likely the miserable City Lord. However, this had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to go to New Yen City to bid for the Spirit Compass. Half a day later, Yunxiao appeared in a bustling city. He was secretly shocked. The spiritual qi in the city was almost as rich as that of the 7 super forces, so why had he never heard of it before? One had to know that the North region was full of heroes, and any slightly better territory would have long been filled with people. Sir, you must be new here. Would you like to buy some jade scrolls? A young man in plain clothes and a basket in his hand chased after Yunxiao and asked. Yunxiao gave the young man a look. He looked ordinary and had an average talent, only having the cultivation base of a warrior. What jade slip? The young man lifted the silk cloth covering the basket, revealing layers of green jade slips neatly arranged on it. Some information about New Yen City, such as a map, the branches of the Shang family, the history of development, and future plans. Although New Yen City is a new city, it changes rapidly every day. My jade slips contain the latest news every day. It'll be of great help to the Lord who comes to the city for business, and it's definitely worth it. How much is 100 mid-grade origin stones? It was indeed not cheap, but the production of jade slips could only be done by alchemists, and with the collection of information and materials it was worth the price. Yunxiao immediately bought one, put it between his eyebrows, and began to read it carefully. New Yen City belonged to the eastern part of the North region. It was originally a small city that was closed off from all sides. The level of spirit chi was very ordinary, and it only had one mid-distance two-way transmission array. After it was chosen as a city of commerce by the Merchant Union, it began to expand, sending a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources over. In just a few years, it had expanded 100 times in size, becoming one of the few giant cities in the North region. In order to make the city rich in spiritual chi, the Merchant Union had gathered tens of thousands of ore seekers to search for ore veins near the city. Within a radius of 500 miles, they had found a total of 3 supreme-grade ore veins, 19 mid-grade ore veins, and 120 substandard ore veins. They had also dispatched thousands of formation masters to directly change the direction of the earth veins, connecting all the ore veins and resources together, and continuously transporting them into the city. Xianxia could not help but look surprised when he saw this. He naturally understood how much resources were needed to change the trend of such a large area of spiritual mines. In the whole world, only the Merchant Union could afford to do so. There were too many mineral veins scattered around the city. When this place was chosen as a city of commerce, it was most likely that a large number of mineral veins had been discovered first before the location was chosen. No wonder the spiritual chi in the city was so abundant that it was not inferior to that of the 7 superpowers. According to the instructions on the Jade Slip, the expansion of New Yen City by 100 times and the increase in spirit chi by 10 times was only the first step of the city construction. Next, the area would be expanded to more than double, and a teleportation channel that could travel all over the world would be built. It could reach any city in the realm of heavenly martial arts, even the islands overseas, and become the world's #1 teleportation hub. Not only that, a holy land for cultivation would be opened up outside the city, and more spiritual veins would be guided over for the use of martial artists in the world. Of course, it was for a price. According to his calculations, these 2 businesses would become an important source of income for New Yen City in the future. They would be used for the maintenance and expansion of the city. New Yen City's goal was to become the largest city in the world. Xianxia could not help but be shocked by the plan. If that was the case, not only would New Yen City be the largest city in the world, but it would also eventually become the 8th superpower, which was comparable to the 7 superpowers. The reason why the Merchant Union had been unable to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 superpowers was that it was only a union of many organizations without a unified, powerful leader. They did not even have the most fundamental base. The headquarters of the 7 business alliances were all in different places. They could not be mobilized except for the annual Business Alliance Conference. Moreover, the Merchant Union had a great shortcoming, which was that it did not have a super expert. The 7 superpowers all had several peak 9 stars martial emperor experts, but no one in the Merchant Union had ever heard of such a cultivation. According to the information recorded on the Jade Slip, the 7 merchant alliances would move their headquarters to New Yen City one by one. This way, it would almost form the same structure as Red Moon City, and they would also have an advantage over Red Moon City. Even though the shortcomings of the superpower houses could not be solved in a short time, with the development of New Yen City, there would inevitably be existences at the peak of martial arts. There was no other reason, it was because he was rich. No organization in the world was richer than the Merchant Union. The Merchant Union's ambition is quite big. It's obvious. Xianxia's eyes flickered. As expected, none of these old foxes who did business were simple. 10,000 treasures towers tower Lord Waniqian. Back then, even he could not quite see through this person. Tang Qing of the 4 Extreme sect was now the overlord of the world, dominating the entire eastern region. Tianyuan Trading Company's Ding Shan had always kept a low profile and faded out of the public sight. Unexpectedly, he was also an ambitious and scheming person. The presidents of the other chambers of commerce, though not in contact with each other, were definitely not simple to be able to deal with these sly old foxes and call them the 7 chambers of commerce. Xianxia noticed the information in the Jade Slip. The 4 Extreme sect, one of the 7 associations of the Merchant Union, was no longer in the list, but a chamber of commerce called Star and Moon House had appeared, and he did not know its background. In order to attract heroes from all over the world and maintain the population flow of New Yen City, the 7 chambers of commerce would hold a super auction every year. The 7 chambers of commerce would take turns to host the auction by drawing lots. This year it happened to be Wan Bao Lu's turn. Xiao took the jade slip off his forehead and saw that the young man had not gone far, and was looking at him with a smile. "Isn't it said that the latest information will be recorded?" Xiao asked. "Why isn't there any information on the auction items of this year's myriad treasure store?" "There are," the young man hurriedly said. He took out a small jade slip from the basket and handed it over with a smile, 100 mid-grade primordial stones. Xiao's face darkened as he cried out, "Is your organization so poor that it has gone crazy? You can also split them up and sell them separately? It's decided by the higher-ups, so I can't do anything about it," the young man said with a smile. "Sir, your bone armor is amazing, and you are a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. I still need you to maintain world peace in the future. Buy 1 for 100 mid-grade primordial stones." Xiao picked up a handful of primordial stones and threw them at the man. The youth accepted it with a smile and hurriedly handed it over with both hands. Xiao placed the jade slip on his forehead and began to examine it carefully. Suddenly, his body trembled and his eyes burst with light, shooting out 2 beams of unusually sharp light. The young man was suddenly startled and said, Your Excellency, what's wrong? This is the latest information we've gathered. We've just collected all the auction items this morning, and they're definitely one of a kind in the market." The veins on Xiao's hand bulged as he held the jade slip and said in a cold voice, "Gu Feiyang's Star Destroyer is also in the auction? Is this information accurate?" The young man heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "I was almost scared to death by your appearance just now. Of course, the reason why our jade slips can be sold at such a high price is because they are worth the money." "Then, do you have any news?" Xiao asked, who took out the divine sword, Planet Destroyer, to bid for it. "I'm not sure about that. I'm only in charge of selling jade slips," the youth said. "What organization are you from?" Xiao asked with a frown. "Do you have information of higher value for sale?" The young man had a proud look on his face. He puffed out his chest and said, "Of course! Information is an important business item of our Chamber of Commerce. If you need it, you can directly go to the Star and Moon School to discuss it. The price will be different according to the degree of confidentiality and the difficulty of obtaining the information." Star Moon School? The Star Moon Chamber of Commerce, one of the 7 new chambers of commerce. Xiao asked in surprise. Of course. How could there be a second Star and Moon School in the world? Even if they do, they'd have to change their names quickly, the young man said proudly. After Xiao asked for the route, he called a south-pointing chariot and headed in the direction of the Star and Moon School. The entire New Yen city was off-limits to flying unless there was special permission. From time to time, warriors would fly across the sky, but all of them were surrounded by a purple cloud, which was a special mark given by the Merchant Union. There were very few records about the Star and Moon School in the Jade Slip. It only mentioned that they were engaged in the trade of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which was very broad. On the contrary, it introduced a lot of things about the other 6 chambers of commerce, which made him look mysterious. The speed of the south-pointing chariot was adjusted to the fastest, and it took more than an hour before it stopped in front of a large and elegantly decorated shop. There was a golden jade plaque hanging on the top of the shop. The words Star Cloud Study were written in a graceful manner. It was vigorous and powerful, but it exuded a bit of beauty. Xiao looked at it for a while before he walked into the Chamber of Commerce. "Sir, may I know what you need?" A sweet-looking young girl came up to him with a smile. Not only were these welcoming girls 1 in a million beauties, but they had also cultivated some friendly, charming techniques. Their smiles could make people feel refreshed, as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Naturally, Xiao would not be affected by such a simple charm, but he enjoyed it. "You can buy information here?" The young girl smiled, revealing 2 sweet dimples, and said, "Yes, there is. Please wait a moment." She turned to leave and quickly returned with a jade tablet. She handed it over with both hands and said, "Sir, you can attach the information you want to find to this jade token. We will ask for a price according to the grade of the information. Xiao looked around and saw an endless stream of guests and all kinds of beautiful welcoming girls. So no one paid him any attention. He immediately grabbed the jade token and sent his spiritual will into it. It's done. Please wait a moment, sir, the young girl said with a sweet smile. She disappeared in a flash and went backstage. Xiao looked around and spread out his divine sense. He immediately saw all the items in the shop and the conversations of the people. There was nothing that attracted his attention. Then, he turned his divine sense and went to the backstage. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Under the perception of his divine sense, it was like a dark abyss with no end in sight. Xiao smiled indifferently and withdrew his divine sense. Soon, the girl appeared from the backstage and came to Xiao's side in a flash. It seemed that all of them had learned a very elegant movement technique. Sir, the shopkeeper invites you to the back for a talk. The girl was very respectful. Although they were both sweet and lovely, Xiao could see a little more respect and caution in her eyes when he glanced at her. Xiao nodded, then followed the girl backstage. This attracted a lot of attention, and he also caught some dissatisfied conversations. What's going on? Who is this young man? And why can we directly talk in the VIP room at the back? I want to buy hundreds of millions of pieces of aged jade, but I can't even enter the VIP room. What right does he have? Tisk, so pretty boys get even more preferential treatment? Why can't a strong man like me, with 8-pack ABS and a model of fitness, do it? A lot of complaints were heard, and the welcoming lady explained with a smile. It seemed that she would never lose her temper and would always be smiling. Xiao followed the girl through a few corridors and was led into a luxurious private room. There was a strong aura of book coupons, and long inkwash paintings were hung on the 4 walls. In the paintings, waterfalls were rolling and swallowing mountains and rivers. Please wait for a moment, sir. Our manager will be here soon, the young girl said with a smile. Xiao did not ask anything. He just stared at the scrolls and frowned. A moment later, a dry cough was heard. A thin old man had appeared in front of the door at some point, and behind him was a plump, rich old woman. The old man's face was thin, his back hunched, and his goatee stuck to his chest. He coughed a few times as his shrewd little eyes swept over Xiao, and a strange look flashed through them. The old woman behind him had a straight face, with an ice-cold appearance, and was unreasonable. The young girl hurriedly lowered her head and bowed before leaving. The old man walked straight in and sat down on the golden Nanmu chair. He laughed and said, "This little brother, you're very young." Xiao turned around and glanced around, then chuckled and said, "Old man, you're also very young." The old man's body trembled slightly. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "Haha, you're still young even though you're over 100 years old. Little brother, you really know how to joke." Xiao smiled and said nothing. "I've never heard of the Star and Moon School before. It's really surprising that it has suddenly risen in the Merchant Union. May I know what kind of business your Chamber of Commerce used to do? As a businessman, if the market is good, you'll naturally make more money and rise quickly," the old man said with a smile. "As long as it's a profitable business, the Star Moon School will do it. Then, can I buy the answers to the questions I asked before here?" Xiao chuckled. The smile on the old man's face didn't fade. He just took a sip of the incense before putting it back. "Let's see if little brother can pay the price." "Oh!" Xiao trembled and said in a deep voice, "You really have an answer?" He looked at the old man's calm expression and his eyes flickered a few times. He slowly said, "Then state your price." "Don't worry, little brother," the old man said with a smile. "Take a seat and have a cup of tea. I'm Han Junzi, the head shopkeeper of the Star and Moon School. May I know your name?" Xiao's face darkened. "I don't have time to drink tea with you. Don't try to befriend me. I'll leave after the deal is done." "Hee." Han Junzi smiled and said, "Young people always do things in a hurry. This tea is good for making tea." When he saw Xiao's face getting colder and colder, he finally stopped and coughed a few times in embarrassment. "All right, let's get down to business. The questions you've asked are top secret." Although the Star and Moon School has the answers, they won't sell them easily. I've been waiting for so long, Xianxia said. Is this what you're telling me? Han Junzi smiled wryly and shook his head. Why are the young people so impatient these days? Listen to this old man's words. All right, are you addicted to acting? You're clearly a young girl who hasn't even reached the age of 20. Is it fun to play the part of an old man? Xianxia was getting impatient with his nonsense, so he cut him off coldly and said, If you want to play, when this young master has time, you can play however you want. Han Junzi's body trembled. Behind him, the old woman's eyes lit up, and her cold face turned even uglier. Han Junzi hurriedly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? He's obviously an old man. He looked very embarrassed. No one had ever seen through his disguise. This was the first time in his life. He could not help but panic and did not know how to deal with it. In the end, the voice was still that of an old man, but the voice was clearly that of a young girl. Xianxia could not help but smile as well. His anxious mood calmed down at once, and he said leisurely, Fine, I'll be an old man then. As long as you stop wasting time with me, I'll acknowledge you as an old man. Han Junzi was stunned for a moment before he finally came back to his senses. He knew that his disguise had been completely seen through, but he still had a look of disbelief. I thought my disguise was perfect. How did you find out? The old woman's face immediately darkened when she heard Han Junzi's admission. A cold aura emanated from her body, and she immediately locked down the surrounding space. Xianxia was taken aback. This old woman with a cold and rigid face was actually a 9-stars martial emperor. No wonder the Star and Moon School could inexplicably get into the top 7 chambers of commerce, and any one of them had such a cultivation. The background of this chamber of commerce was definitely not simple. If you don't explain how you saw through my disguise today, don't even think about leaving the Star and Moon School, Han Junzi said coldly. Her voice returned to that of a woman's, and it was extremely pleasant to hear. Your disguise is indeed flawless, Xianxia said with a smile. Even your bone age has changed. There are no flaws at all. Then how did you see through it? Han Junzi asked, stunned. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the old woman behind her. She betrayed you. Grandma Sunflower? Han Junzi was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. The old woman's face darkened and she said angrily. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this Grandma Sunflower is always with you, right? He said. Indeed. Han Junzi frowned and said, But is there a problem? Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed twice and said, There must be something extraordinary about the Star and Moon School. It is one of the 7 chambers of commerce. How can the chief manager of such a large chamber of commerce be followed by a rigid-looking old woman? Grandma Sunflower's face turned cold, and her expression became even more serious. The aura on her body fluctuated, causing the space to ripple. It was obvious that she was extremely angry, but she still held back her anger. Xianxia was even more shocked. Who on earth is this Star and Moon School that can have such an expert serve them? Han Junzi was still frowning. He shook his head and said, I still don't understand. Can you explain it more clearly? Ahem. Xianxia coughed again and said, Have you ever seen the world's overlords? Heroes and powerful figures? Which man would have an old woman by his side? Han Junzi was taken aback. He seemed to have understood something and fell into deep thought. Indeed, now that you've mentioned it, it seems like there really isn't any. A strange look appeared in her eyes and she said, This is indeed a huge flaw, but why is it that no one else saw it? But you. Xianxia smiled and said nothing. Everyone has their own differences. Miss Han, you'd better take off your disguise. Your appearance and voice don't match. My heart can't take it. Han Junzi's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, You are the only one who knows about my identity. You know what I mean. Xianxia crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, It depends on what benefits you Star Moon School can give me. Humph, benefits? It's your great honor that I've shown you my true face, Han Junzi said coldly. You still dare to talk about benefits with me? She wiped her face with her hand, and a faint azure light flashed. Her face blurred, and a delicate and beautiful face slowly emerged. His hunched back slowly straightened up, and he suddenly became energetic and had a good temperament. Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes filled with surprise. This woman's appearance was exceptionally beautiful. Among all the women he had seen, she could at least be ranked in the top 3. Only Chu Hongyan could suppress her. Being stared at by Xiao like this, Han Junzi blushed slightly and looked angry. If you continue to be so rude, I'll dig out your eyes. It was only then that Xiao turned his eyes away in embarrassment and said with an embarrassed smile, "You're clearly a great beauty, so why are you pretending to be an old man? This is none of your business." Han Junzi said coldly. "My name is Han Junting," she added. "You are the only one who knows my name. You know what I mean." Han Junting. Xiao repeated the name in his mind. It was a very unfamiliar name, and Grandma Sunflower had never heard of it. Han Junting looked at him coldly and said, "Even if you don't tell me your identity, as long as you leave the Star and Moon School for an hour, your information will be in front of me." Xiao flicked his finger and said with great interest, "I'm very interested to know what's written in the information." "You don't need to know that," Han Junting sneered. "I'll pay for it," Xiao said with a smile. "I can buy it, right?" Han Junting was stunned for a moment before she snorted coldly and said, "Some information can't be bought with money. You have to prove that you have the qualifications. I have the answers to all 3 of your questions, but do you have the right to know?" She narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiao. This was also one of the reasons why she was extremely displeased. Her perfect disguise had been seen through by the other party, and the other party was like a cloud of mist. No matter what spell technique she used, she couldn't see through him at all. "What qualifications do you want?" Xiao laughed. "What qualifications do you want? Humph. Whether you are qualified or not, you must pass this old woman's test." Grandma Sunflower's face darkened as an unkind aura came pressing down from the sky. At the same time, she made a hand seal, and an invisible barrier opened up, disappearing into the void in a flash. The entire room was immediately protected by a barrier. Grandma Sunflower's face turned even gloomier. Her eyes were filled with a mocking sneer, as if she could test him without any restraint. Xiao smiled faintly. The pressure coming from the sky was only about the level of a 7-stars martial emperor. It seemed that the other party was not sure of his strength and was afraid of scaring him, so he had held back. Grandma Sunflower's expression changed when she saw how calm he was. Her aura instantly rose to the level of an 8-stars martial sovereign and pressed down from the air. Xiao grabbed the tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. Then, he laughed and said, "Singing and dancing to my heart's content, free from restraints and obstacles." Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower's expressions changed drastically. To be able to withstand the pressure of an 8-star martial emperor so leisurely, the other party's strength must be at least above a mid-tier 8-star martial emperor. Grandma Sunflower shouted, "You're courting death, Granny!" Han Junting exclaimed. Xiao had already passed the test by being able to withstand the pressure of an 8-stars martial emperor. However, his nonchalant look made people unhappy, fearing that Grandma Sunflower would hit him hard and cause trouble. However, it was too late. Grandma Sunflower's aura instantly reached its peak, and the power of a 9-stars martial emperor spread out. The whole space began to twist, and Xiao's figure became unstable. Even Han Junting's face changed slightly. She hurriedly calmed herself down, and a faint light circulated around her body to resist the pressure of a 9-stars martial sovereign. Grandma Sunflower's heart skipped a beat. Her withered arm trembled uncontrollably as she revealed a look of disbelief. Her 9-stars martial emperor's pressure spread out, and it was like a mountain pressing directly on the sea. It sank down with a rumble and disappeared without a trace. She sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retracted her pressure. Her eyes were full of fear and horror as she screamed, "Who the hell are you?" The space in the room rippled slightly, and the power of the barrier suddenly dissipated. Han Junting was also shocked, and her eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Yunxiao. "You'll know about it an hour after I leave the Star and Moon School," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Don't you think so?" Han Junting pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words and sighed. "You've passed the test. You're qualified to know the answers to those 3 questions. The total fee is 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones." 5 billion? Yunxiao was so frightened that he jumped to his feet, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. The shock on Han Junting's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. "The information is of the same price. There aren't many organizations in the world that can answer these questions. The fees won't be lower than ours." Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then threw out a storage bag and said, "Speak. If you can't satisfy me, I'll take back these primordial stones." Han Junting chuckled and kept the storage bag. "The Star and Moon School has never returned the primordial stones they took." She retracted her smile and said, "Your first question. Where did the Excalibur from the Myriad Treasure Store's auction come from?" The one who provided the Excalibur in this auction was the Myriad Treasure Store itself. They didn't obtain this sword through any special means, and merely purchased it by chance. Back then, the peerless martial sovereign Gu Feiyang fell in the Tiandang Mountains. I don't know what kind of powerful enemy he encountered, but he actually made the sword/star collapse and turn into the 3 swords of demon slaying, star extinguishing, and dawn. The Stellar Destroyer Divine Sword was obtained by a martial artist by chance. He didn't know its value and sold it to the Myriad Treasures store at a low price. A trace of loneliness flashed across Yunxiao's face, but he did not say anything, as if he had accepted the answer. Han Junting's eyes widened. She really wanted to know who this young man in front of her was, or perhaps he was like her, a perfect disguise, and his real identity was just an old man. As for the second question, is the Merchant Union interested in conquering the world and becoming the 8th superforce? Han Junting's eyes flickered and she smiled. There's nothing to hide. Although the Merchant Union didn't declare it to the outside world, it's hard not to become the 8th major power with the establishment of New Yen City. Yunxiao's expression did not change much when he heard the answer, and he did not seem to care too much about it. Han Junting continued, "As for the third question, where is Ding Ling of Tianyuan Trading Company now?" She smiled in surprise and said, "Don't tell me you know Big Sister Ling. She's been in Xinyan City recently, but she's not here now." Yunxiao's expression finally changed into one of surprise. "I'll give you another piece of information for free," Han Junting said with a smile. "Even if Sister Ling is in New Yen City, it's extremely difficult for you to see her. But with your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem," she added after a pause. "What do you mean?" Yunxiao frowned. "What do you mean?" "You'll know when the time comes." Han Junting chuckled. "What do you think of the 3 answers? Does young master still want to take back the primeval stones?" "That's right," Yunxiao said. "I'm very satisfied with the answer, although it's very expensive." Han Junting's eyes flickered and she said, "Young master, you just threw out 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones to ask 3 questions that weren't really of much use. You're really generous." Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Miss Jun Ting is indeed observant. Those 3 questions were just me throwing stones to test the waters. If I can't even answer these, I don't need to ask the next questions." "I'm also very curious about what you really want to know," Han Junting said. "Perhaps it's a price you can't afford." Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. He took out a jade tablet and put it on his forehead with a thoughtful look on his face. Then, he sent a stream of divine will into it and said, "I'll have to trouble Miss Jun Ting to estimate the price." Han Junting scanned the jade token with her spiritual sense curiously, and her body trembled. Her hand trembled and she crushed the jade token into pieces. Grandma Sunflower's face flickered, and a curious look appeared on her rigid face. She wanted to know what Yunxiao had asked to make Miss Jun Ting so surprised. "What?" Yunxiao asked seriously. "Your sect doesn't know about it?" Han Junting's face turned pale and she said, "You are not qualified to know these 3 questions." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, "How do you know I'm not qualified? Why don't you let this granny test me again?" he said in disdain. No need. If I say I'm not qualified, then I'm not. Han Junting shook her head. Moreover, I don't know the complete answers to these 3 questions, but if we really go to find them, it shouldn't be a problem with the power of the Star and Moon School. However, we will have to pay a great price, and I can't accept this deal. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, These 3 questions are enough to pry into my heart's secrets. Now that you've learned all of them, do you think you can just ignore them? Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Han Junting looked at his unfriendly eyes and bit her lip. You must want to ruin the Star-Moon School's reputation. But don't worry. It's the most basic rule to keep a guest's secret. I can answer one of these 3 questions for free as compensation, he said after some thought. Yunxiao just looked at her coldly without saying a word. Grandma Sunflower became extremely alert as the essence force in her body surged. She had also noticed Yunxiao's coldness, and she was very careful, fearing that he would do something to Miss Jun Ting. One of the questions, Han Junting said. Feng Zijie, the alchemist who was hunted by the Sea of Soul Formation, is indeed not dead. He's now hiding in Mount Rippling. A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he slowly nodded and said, All right, I'll leave the other 2 questions to you. I'll come back again, and only you know about this. You understand what I mean? Yunxiao used her words directly, which made Han Junting blush slightly. She bit her red lip and said, Don't worry. The Star and Moon School is not an ordinary chamber of commerce. They don't need to trust others, and they can't be questioned. That's good, Yunxiao said. If you bring me trouble because of this, don't blame me for not knowing how to be tender to a woman. His face was slightly cold. Under the gaze of the 2 people, he turned around and left the Star and Moon School. Han Junting's eyes lit up and she said, Grandma Sunflower, I want to know everything about this person. I want every single piece of information. Yes, miss. Grandma Sunflower nodded. Should we send someone to follow him? Han Junting shook her head and said, No need. He's a very smart person. Moreover, even your 9 stars Martial Emperor's pressure is completely ineffective. His strength and cultivation base are still a mystery. Let's find out more about this person first. Grandma Sunflower's expression was unusually ugly as she said coldly, I think this person must have some kind of treasure that can resist the power of pressure. It's impossible for his cultivation to be on par with mine. There are countless people with extraordinary abilities in the world, Han Junting said. We shouldn't underestimate them. After leaving the Star and Moon School, Yunxiao got into the south-pointing chariot and headed somewhere in the east of the city. According to the records on the Jade Slip, although the cultivation land built in Nuyen City was still expanding, it had been used last year, and more than half of the secret cultivation rooms were full. Since Ding Ling was not in the city, he planned to find a secret cultivation room and stay there for a few days until the auction started. Moreover, it's good that Ling isn't here. This trip to the Red Moon City is unpredictable, so I don't have to worry her. Yunxiao sighed in his heart. He could not help but think of Yunxiang, and he looked worried as well. Even if Ding Ling was trapped by Ding Shan, she was still his daughter. At least, her life would not be in danger. Luo Yunxiang, on the other hand, was going to fuse with the Rainbow Stone, which was extremely risky. As a person who had lived 2 lives and had few rivals in the world, he had never been able to protect the people he wanted to protect. He could only watch helplessly as his old friends, and family fell into danger one by one. A dispirited feeling spread in his heart. Alas, perhaps I'll always be a failure. Yunxiao smiled wryly as he looked at the bustling street of the south-pointing chariot, which slowly diluted his inner emotions. What is the origin of the Star and Moon School? He's the follower of a 9 stars Martial Emperor. Tisk TSK, even Baiming Lifeng doesn't get this kind of treatment. There are indeed many strange people in the Merchant Union. It's too difficult for any one of the 7 chambers of commerce to suppress the others. Han Junting, you still owe me 2 answers. When the matters in the Red Moon City are over, I will come and ask for them. After a few hours, the south-pointing chariot finally arrived at the east side of the city. The entire terrain turned downward, as if thousands of acres of land had been dug out. A vast hinterlands appeared in front of them, and countless houses of various sizes were built inside. Apart from the simple design of these houses, they were all randomly placed, and there were over 10,000 of them. According to the records in the Jade Slip, this Cultivation Holy Land was built on top of 2 supreme-grade spirit veins that were connected to each other. In the next 10 years, 2 more Cultivation Holy Lands like this would be built. The various paths were also winding and extended in all directions. There was a hidden formation hidden among them, but it was too complicated and could not be seen at the moment. From time to time, there would be martial artists flying around in the sky. There was no purple light surrounding their bodies, so this was not a space that prohibited flying. At the entrance of the vast hinterlands, there was a simple building with the words Quiet Elegance Holy Land written on it. From time to time, martial artists would enter and leave. Xianxia put away the south-pointing chariot and strode into it. 20 to 30 people were lined up in a line, waiting to do something. He scanned them with his divine sense and found that there was a huge difference in strength between these people. They should be martial artists from all over the world who had come because of his reputation. He also patted the back without changing his expression. In the center of the hall, 100-feet-long formation was rotating non-stop. It was constantly supplying energy to maintain a huge water curtain above it. The light and shadow in the water screen were unstable, but the content could still be seen clearly. It was a panoramic view of the quiet and elegant Holy Land, and every house was marked with various colors. At a glance, a large area was red, proving that someone had already moved in. There were also sporadic green spots among them, indicating that they were empty secret cultivation rooms. There were also a few yellow and red spots mixed in, which were middle-grade and high-grade secret cultivation rooms of higher levels with more spiritual chi. Soon it was Xianxia's turn. The clerk was a middle-aged man with the cultivation base of a martial lord, and he was constantly making incantation seals on an array disc in front of him, recording all kinds of information. Rows of jade tablets were placed neatly beside the table for registration purposes. "What is it?" The middle-aged man didn't even raise his head and asked directly. "I want to rent a place for cultivation." "Let's go," Xianxia said directly. The middle-aged man threw out a scroll and said, "There are 3 levels of secret rooms to choose from. Those that aren't marked in red are empty. Choose one." Xianxia picked up the scroll and unfurled it. What appeared was exactly the light and shadow in the water screen in the center, which was exactly the same. There were also some small words around the scroll, explaining the situation of these secret rooms and their prices. An ordinary secret cultivation room cost 10 million mid-grade origin stones a year. The middle-grade secret cultivation room cost 100 million middle-grade origin stones a year. The high-grade secret cultivation room cost 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones a year. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he pointed at a tiny place on the map and said, "Why is there a purple spot?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, and then he took a closer look at Xianxia and said, "This map scroll has a scale of 1 to 100,000, but you were able to find the only purple room in one go. You must have a good eye." "I did cultivate the spirit eye technique," Xianxia said with a smile. "I've cultivated the spirit eye technique." "No wonder," the middle-aged man nodded. The purple room was a top-grade secret cultivation room and was not usually open to the public. You should choose the yellow or red one. "It's not open to the public? Can it only be used by people from the merchant union?" Xianxia asked with a frown. The middle-aged man nodded. "You can say so. You must be at a certain level in the merchant union to be able to use the purple room. The conditions are extremely harsh." "What condition?" Xianxia asked. "What condition?" The middle-aged man frowned and seemed to be a little impatient, but he held it in and explained, "It's super expensive, and once the merchant union needs it, you have to give up the house at any time, and the rent is non-refundable." "How is this harsh?" Xianxia said in surprise. "This is simply overbearing and rogue behavior. There is no spirit of contract at all." A man behind him said, "AI, little brother, you must be new. The spirit chi in the supreme-grade secret room was 10 times that of a high-grade secret room. Even the cultivation sanctuary of the 7 superpowers would not be stronger than this." Even if the conditions are 100 times harsher, as long as there are opportunities and conditions, many people will still rack their brains to get in, let alone the conditions. Did you hear that? The middle-aged man sneered coldly. So what if he was domineering? This was New Yen City, the holy land of serenity. He had to abide by the rules of the business union. You can choose not to rent. Plus, this isn't something you can rent as you wish. This purple room is the last top-grade cultivation room. Xianxia was taken aback as well. The difference of 10 times was directly reflected in the speed of cultivation, which was 10 times faster. It was a little too heaven-defying. No wonder there was such an unreasonable additional condition. He took out a token and handed it over, saying, "With this thing, can I rent the purple room?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned and looked at the token. He was shocked and his expression became respectful. "So you're a distinguished guest of the Myriad Treasure Tower. I've been disrespectful just now, please forgive me." What Xianxia took out was the token Jiang Shozhen had given him. "It's fine. Can I rent the purple room now?" The middle-aged man nodded. "With this token, of course you can, but it's just that." "But what?" Xianxia said. "Just say it." The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed. "Then I'll get straight to the point. Your token can indeed be used to rent a purple room, but this is one of the lowest grade VIP tokens. It's a 5th grade one. If someone brings a higher grade item, we will give priority to the 5th level guest to give up the purple room." "You mean, as long as someone comes to rent the purple room, I have to give it up?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "You mean, as long as someone comes to rent the purple room, I have to give it up?" "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. "This is because you are the last person to move in, and you are a 5th class." The man behind him said with envy, "It's worth it even if it's only for a few days. If you're not willing, why don't you let me have this quota?" "Let's rent this room," Xianxia said. "I'll rent this one, then." He couldn't stay for long anyway. "The rent for the purple room is at least 1 month," the middle-aged man said. 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Xianxia frowned for a moment, but then his expression changed. He had the supreme grade energy vein of Donghai Palace, so he did not care about these primordial stones. After that, the middle-aged man made a grabbing gesture in the air, and a piece of purple jade fell into his hand. He cast several incantation gestures and sent them into the jade, then handed it to Xianxia and said, "There's a needle on this. Please keep it." Xianxia took it and looked at it. There was indeed a thin crimson needle and thread on the jade token, pointing to somewhere in the sacred land of quiet elegance. The man behind him stared at the purple metal and swallowed his saliva. "Brother, take me with you? I'll just meditate and won't disturb your cultivation." The man had an eager and fawning smile on his face. "I'm used to being alone." Xianxia glanced at him and said, "I'm sorry." Without waiting for a reply, his figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, he appeared above the quiet elegance holy land. The long scarlet line on the purple jade token pointed forward. He followed the needle for a while and saw a house protruding from the slope. There were no markings on it, and it was exactly the same as the surrounding buildings. Xianxia flew down and threw out the purple jade token in his hand. A purple light surrounded the jade token and it flew straight to the house. The air trembled for a moment, and the power of a barrier flashed through the air before immediately reappearing. The light on the purple jade token dimmed and flew back into Xianxiao's hand. Xianxia took a step forward. Then his figure flickered and disappeared from the house. The room was not very spacious. There was a stone table and a few stone stools, all of which were made of light green jade. In the corner of the room, there was a jade bed made of the same material. Opposite the bed was another door with the words, "In the secret cultivation room." As soon as he entered, the scenery changed. He appeared in an environment with green mountains and clear water. The blue sky and white clouds, the green, and the flowing water. Xianxiao's heart flickered. He flipped his palm, and the purple jade medallion appeared in his hand. A layer of faint light rippled on it, and 9 balls of light emerged. One of the green balls of light was the brightest. Xianxia randomly pointed at one of the yellow balls of light, and the surrounding scenery changed immediately. 1,000 miles of barren land was filled with yellow sand, and the sun was high in the sky. The temperature suddenly rose. He immediately understood that the 9-colored light was the control hub for the 9 different environments. He couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder the price of this purple room was so high. It was indeed worth the money. No matter what kind of environment it was, the only thing that didn't change was the concentration of spirit chi. It kept gushing out from below, as if it was placed on the eye of the spirit vein, and spirit chi kept erupting. Xianxia pointed at one of the black light orbs, and in an instant, he found himself in a dark night sky with countless stars. The moon pupils appeared in his eyes and he looked around. He could see through the void. The entire illusion was derived from an array in the secret room. After checking it carefully and making sure there were no other problems, he put away the moon pupil. Suddenly, his heart stirred and he revealed a surprised expression. A green light flashed between his eyebrows and a ball of green light appeared in front of him. "Little Qing," Xianxia said in surprise. "You've fully recovered?" A leisurely voice sounded from the ball of light, and gradually, Xiao Qing's blurry figure became clearer and clearer. "In the morning, I drink the dew from the fall of Mulan, and in the evening, I eat the fallen flower of the autumn chrysanthemum. Pull the root of the tree to form Jishi, through the falling pistil of Shuyan." Qingzhu was handsome and refined. It had a noble, clear appearance and a heroic spirit. Not only was its aura completely different from before, but there was also a faint purple symbol between its brows that disappeared in a flash. Xianxia suddenly trembled, as if an electric current had run through his body in an instant. All his pores went numb, and he could not help but shiver. He was shocked to find that there was also a purple light flashing between his eyebrows. It turned into a purple symbol and slowly sank into his body. In the end, it hung above his dantian and turned into a purple rice grain. Its light had disappeared. Although the purple grain of rice had suddenly quieted down, it revealed a destructive aura that made people shudder. "I saw that you've cultivated a pretty strong lightning-type sacred art, so I planted a purple lightning seed in your body to return the favor," Little Qing said. Xianxia trembled. He naturally understood the significance of the purple thunder seed, and he was so shocked that he could not come back to his senses. "What? You think this favor isn't worth it?" Qing raised an eyebrow. Xianxia smiled wryly. "How can it not be worth it? It's far more than a favor. It just surprised me and made me feel at a loss." He looked at Qingzhu and couldn't see through its cultivation. He was shocked. "Qing, have you reached the true spirit realm? It's good that it's worth it. I only owe you one now." Qingzhu's brows relaxed. "As for my cultivation realm, I'm not in the 10 directions realm yet. It's already very difficult to break through to the 10 directions divine realm under this sky." "Why?" Xianxia blurted out. This was something he had always wanted to figure out. "Because of the lack of rules." Qing said, "The path of martial arts starts from the origin realm, then the division, the Sankai, the 4 symbols, and all the way to the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Every step requires the comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth and the condensation of one's martial intent. The rules of heaven and earth of the 10 directions realm have long disappeared. If one cannot comprehend them, naturally one cannot become a god. The rules of heaven and earth of the 10 square realm?" Xianxia was taken aback, but he suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Since it's the rule force between heaven and earth, why did it suddenly disappear? I don't know the details, but something big must have happened." Qing frowned. "So," Xianxia asked again, "is it possible to become a god under this sky?" "Of course, as the spirit of the second wood, and having absorbed the purple lightning tribulation, I can break through the shackles of the martial Tao and step into the immortal state." Little Qing replied. The spirits of the 5 elements were perhaps the easiest to enter the godly state at the moment. This was because the 5 elements already contained all the power of rules, and one only needed to comprehend it by themselves. Xianxia's face darkened as he said, "Are you trying to attract hatred?" "I'm referring to myself. If it's you, then it'll be difficult. At the very least, Shang's chances of reaching immortal state are much higher than yours." "That demon?" Why did you do that? Yun Xiao blurted out in disbelief. Since you say it's difficult, there must be a way. Qing said, I've said it before. The reason why I can't become a god is because the laws of heaven and earth are lacking. As long as you can find the rule force and comprehend or refine it, you can take that crucial step. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand why Yinantian wanted to find the lost space in the notes he left behind. Could it be that the laws of the immortal state still exist in the lost space that is isolated from the world? I'm not sure about that, but I know that the rule force of the 10 Directions divine realm must be there. Qing Zhu shook its head. Where? Yun Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes gleamed as he stared at Qing Zhu with an extremely nervous expression. Qing smiled and said, It's one of the saint artifacts. You're an alchemist yourself, so you should understand the theory of weapons better than me. Every profound weapon of each level must be integrated with the power of rules of the same level, as well as the alchemist's own understanding of the theory of weapons. I understand that, Yun Xiao said, but it's impossible for a warrior to comprehend the rules from a profound level weapon, right? Even for me. It's extremely difficult for me to comprehend the rules and artifact principles of the profound artifacts refined by other 9th-tier alchemists. Qing smiled. The word, extremely difficult, is the watershed in eliminating countless powerhouses. The reason why I said Shang had a better chance than you is because he understood this key tens of thousands of years ago. That's why he sealed himself up and spent a long time trying to understand the rule force in the armillary sphere. Looking at Yun Xiao's shocked expression, Qing continued, As for what level he has reached, I'm not sure, but after tens of thousands of years of work, no matter how stupid he is definitely ahead of you. And Yinantian was indeed a rare genius, but he was born at the wrong time. He gathered all the resources in the world to refine Noah's ship, Qing said emotionally. He wanted to make a true holy weapon to help him understand the rules of the immortal state. It was a pity that without the regulations of the immortal state, how could he possibly refine a saint tool? In the end, he also understood this point, so he could only fail at the last step. Yun Xiao was so shocked that he sent the message directly to Yifan. Yifan was also shocked, and his face changed. Qing said, In addition to the spirits of the 5 elements, the ones who are most likely to enter the omnidirectional divine realm in this world are experts like you who have saint artifacts. So cherish it, young man. Yun Xiao's expression was extremely complicated as he asked again, Have you ever heard of the heavenly saint artifact? Qing Zhu's body trembled, and its originally calm face suddenly became shocked. It said, A heavenly saint artifact. Who did you hear that from? Yun Xiao frowned slightly. I read about it from an ancient book. I heard that a heavenly saint artifact is in existence above saint artifacts. He said. The look on Qing Zhu's face changed several times, as if it did not believe him. Its pupils constricted as it stared at Yun Xiao for a while. But he really couldn't see any clues, so he could only say, I don't know what ancient book you're reading, but it's a secret. I can't tell you too much. But if you use the favor I owe you, I can tell you everything I know about the heavenly saint artifact. Forget it, Yun Xiao said. You're an expert who's about to step into the immortal realm. How can a favor be so cheap? If that's the case, I'll keep it. You can look for me whenever you need my help. Qing Zhu smiled. That purple thunder seed left a trace of my aura in it. It can find me at any time, but it can only be used once. Yun Xiao was taken aback. You're leaving? He asked. You're leaving? Why don't you stay in my divine realm tablet to cultivate? The spiritual qi inside is no less than the outside world. And your good friend, Little Wu, is also inside. Humph, he snorted. Qing snorted coldly and said, You've already squeezed Lil Wu's soul dry. I don't want to be the second him. Although my comprehension of the rules is above the peak of the 9-star, my martial Dao comprehension is extremely weak, and I must improve myself further. The reason why I saved Shang back in the demon plains was for today. An armillary sphere? Yun Xiao was surprised. An armillary sphere? Not bad. Qing nodded. The demon race's holy weapon, the armillary sphere, can be used to derive martial arts until the end. It's perfect for me. Goodbye. Without waiting for Yunxiao's answer, a green light flashed, and little Qing disappeared from the secret chamber. Yunxiao was taken aback. He wanted to ask her to stay, but he could no longer sense her aura. Qing Zhu's cultivation base had already exceeded his understanding. Perhaps it could really become the first expert to step into the god realm in countless years. Yunxiao sighed and fell into deep thought. The information they had obtained this time was too important. No godly state experts had appeared for countless years, and the reason was that the 10 rules had disappeared. He had a feeling that there was more to it than met the eye. However, it had happened so long ago, and he couldn't figure out the cause and effect. The only thing he could do now was to find a way from the Divine Realm tablet. After sighing for a while, he began to sit down and cultivate. Ever since he had become a 7-stars martial emperor, the accumulation of origin energy in his body was like a bottomless abyss that could not be replenished no matter what. Fortunately, he had obtained a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures in the East Sea. He ate them continuously every day. Finally, when the Divine Tree family finished eating the fruits, he noticed that they had made some progress and were showing signs of advancing to intermediate 7-star. This made Yunxiao breathe a sigh of relief, and it was also the reason why he was in a good mood in the Divine Wood family. Because he had too many cultivation techniques, in addition to cultivating both the technique and the body at the same time, the higher he went, the more difficult it would be. He had always been afraid that he would have problems cultivating. Fortunately, he had walked this path in his previous life. However, the energy consumption of physical arts was too great now, so the accumulation of origin power required for each advancement was tens of times, even 100 times more than others. The benefits of such a difficult cultivation were obvious. He was invincible among his peers. At this moment, he was sitting directly on the mind vein of Donghai. An endless amount of spiritual qi had almost condensed into solid powder and was rushing toward him like a white smoke, and no one could see his figure at all. The amount of spirit qi he inhaled and exhaled was also tens of times more than those of the same grade. Suddenly, tens of thousands of golden beams shot out of his body, and a divine body phenomenon appeared in the sky. Yunxiao had turned into a golden body of Dharma form, with 3 solemn faces and 6 arms constantly making hand seals. The front Dharmakaya had a smile on it, which was peaceful and amiable. The left one had a crying expression, which was droopy. The right one was cold, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. All of a sudden, the golden light around his body completely disappeared. Pitch-black demonic qi began to roll out, and strange demonic runes appeared on his jade-like skin. His 3 faces were also covered in demonic runes, but their expressions remained unchanged. Soon after, a pitch-black demonic shadow descended, and a true fiend Dharma idol materialized behind him. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its hands formed hand seals in front of its body. The 4 arms behind it each grabbed a weapon projection. In the next moment, he raised his 4 arms, and the illusionary weapons disappeared. He also quickly made hand seals. A black ring of demonic aura appeared around the true devil spirit, slowly circulating and bobbing up and down. The ring of demonic qi surged with demonic qi, and there were 6 illusionary weapons floating inside, giving off a terrifying aura. Yunxiao's 3-faced Dharma idol's pupils suddenly widened, and all its expressions turned serious and cold. Behind him, the 3 faces of the giant true devil spirit slowly opened and all turned into Yunxiao's appearance. The hand that was forming an incantation in front of him suddenly loosened. Then he raised his right hand and grabbed at the ring of fiend essence. Boom! The sky trembled and the space around the arm became extremely blurry, as if there was an unbearable pressure. Demonic qi gushed out of the arm and dissipated in the sky. The true devil giant spirit's 3 faces gradually twisted as it roared at the same time. Its arms finally reached into the demonic ring and grabbed at one of the phantoms. Boom! The phantom was a shield, and it trembled in the true devil giant spirit's hand. Then, as if it had a life of its own, it suddenly jumped up and down, as if it was about to solidify. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The arm holding the shield suddenly shattered. The entire demonic ring collapsed, and demonic chi scattered in the sky. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with his 6 arms, and the true devil spirit immediately scattered. The black demonic patterns on his body also faded away bit by bit. He retracted his transcendence golden body and returned to his normal state. The corner of his mouth was still stained with blood, and the shock in his eyes was indescribable. He had used the 6 paths demonic weapon several times, and although it was powerful, it was still within the range of his understanding. However, when he grabbed the illusionary shield and tried to make it real, he felt an indescribable fear as if he was going to be swallowed by it. Just as the fear spread through his body, Xianxia was suppressed. Not only could he not move, but he could not even think. He felt like he was waiting to be swallowed alive. His face was extremely pale and he was still trembling in fear. Fortunately, the true devil collapsed on the spot. Otherwise, if it had condensed into the 6 paths demonic weapon, he might not have been able to survive. I can't even comprehend a saint artifact that has condensed the will of the 10 rules. This is something above a saint artifact. It's indeed not something I can come into contact with right now. Xianxia steadied his mind and began to regulate his breathing and recuperate. The purple thunder seed in his dantian seemed to jump, causing his body to tremble. The originally dull surface of the seed seemed to have a little more luster. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he also felt a chill in his heart and his body trembled again. Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. He felt that he was surrounded by dangerous things, and he might be completely finished one day. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he was no longer in the mood to meditate. With a thought, the dark thunder appeared in front of him. This monster beast's entire body was golden in color, and it had a majestic appearance. It let out a low roar at him, as if showing off its strength. "This is not enough," Xianxia said with a cold smile. "It's not enough." The dark thunder roared in a low voice, its face filled with dissatisfaction, and it kept shooting thunderbolts at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. The thunderbolts naturally could not hurt him. "What, you're not convinced?" His glabella flashed, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Bang! The lightning bolt exploded on Dark Thunder's body, causing it to tremble in fear and become extremely alert. "Hee, now you know how weak you are. Do you want more power?" Xianxia's face was full of sarcasm. The Dark Thunder was stunned at first, but it soon began to shout happily and jump around him. "Hee, it's good to have this desire. As long as you have the heart of a strong man, you can survive the test." A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The Dark Thunder's hair suddenly trembled, as if it had a bad feeling. It let out a loud cry and jumped up, turning into a bolt of lightning to escape. "Since I've come, how can I let you leave so easily?" With a chuckle, Xianxia raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The Dark Thunder fell down, its face full of horror, like a kitten. "Don't be afraid. You're a lightning-type demonic beast, and it's only by constantly breaking through that you've reached this point. And I shall grant you the most powerful strength," Xianxia said slowly, and his face suddenly turned solemn. A lunar pupil suddenly appeared in his right eye. "But if you can't make it, I can still keep you from dying, but you'll be like this for the rest of your life." A green lightning flashed in the right eye's moon pupil. Suddenly, all kinds of lightning and thunder appeared in the sky. A thunder beast struggled and roared as it was slowly transported out of the space in the right eye. Pili Pala! As soon as the thunder beast appeared, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out of its body. The dark thunder nearby was given a fright, and the golden lightning around its body shrank. Its entire body began to tremble, and its face was filled with fear as it trembled in the air. Not only was the thunder beast's level above its own, but the power of the thunder was also far superior to its own, completely suppressing it. In the thunder world of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, it had the power of a 9-stars martial emperor, but after being put into Xianxiao's eye sorcery space, its power had been fading, and in just a few days, it had regressed to the peak of 8 stars martial emperor. Yunxiao knew that the thunder beast was condensed and did not have a real life, so it could not return to the Vajra or the thunder world. Could only gradually die like this. Therefore, he thought of dark thunder. If this beast could completely absorb this thunder beast, he wondered what it would evolve into. However, dark thunder was already scared out of its wits. Could not stop trembling. Humph, coward. You were still alive and kicking in front of me just now. What are you afraid of? Yunxiao scolded. I'm here. I'll make sure you don't die. But it's all up to you whether you'll stop moving forward or be completely reborn. With a thought, the thunder beast tried its best to resist, but it was of no use. It was suppressed into a flash of lightning and shot directly at the dark thunder. Roar, roar! The dark thunder's hair stood on end as it shrieked in pain under the green light. Good luck! I'll support you in spirit. Yunxiao encouraged him, then waved his hand and teleported the tragic dark thunder to an unknown place. 2 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky above New Yen City. It flew over at an extremely fast speed, and the light emitted a sharp aura. It directly split the clouds apart, leaving a long trail, which attracted the attention of many people below. There was a faint purple glow in the 2 rays of light. It was obvious that they had the permission of the Merchant Union to fly. However, even if they had the qualifications to fly, very few people would fly in such a flamboyant manner. The behavior of the 2 people caused many people to be dissatisfied, and they were all guessing who it was. You really don't know what's good for you. Just because you have the qualification to fly, you're so arrogant. Humph. Xinyan City is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If you don't restrain yourself, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. I vaguely saw the 2's faces. They were extremely young and were probably inexperienced. However, their cultivation was somewhat shocking. The 2 of them are heading towards the east of the city. They should be heading towards the elegant Serenity Sacred Land. A moment later, the 2 rays of light arrived at the eastern end of the city, in the sky above the quiet elegance Holy Land, and stopped. The light revealed the figures of 2 men, both with delicate features and extraordinary appearances. One of them was wearing a light green silk robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and a faint fragrance was emanating from his body. His name was Zhou Chu. He glanced down and said, I heard that the concentration of spiritual qi in these secret rooms is even higher than that of the 7 super forces. It's not much better than ours. In this way, it will definitely attract all the heroes in the world. The great ambition of the Merchant Union is obvious. The other man was dressed in green and had a handsome face. As he looked around, his eyes inadvertently revealed rays of brilliance. This person's name was Qin Chuan. He smiled gently and said, Who in the world doesn't know the heart of the Merchant Union? However, this game of chess was too big. Unless there were unparalleled people and resources to suppress the heroes, it would always be a scattered sand. I've heard that if the cultivators here encounter an enemy that attacks New Yen City, they have to bear the responsibility and obligation to resist it together. I think this is the purpose of the Merchant Union for establishing a holy land for cultivation. Zhou Chu muttered, You're right. Songyuyang City was the world's #1 merchant city, but its strength was extremely weak. It was destroyed by the 4 extremes sect and a few demons, making the world laugh. Now that all the heroes from all over the world have gathered here, they all have the responsibility to defend the city even though they don't listen to the orders of the Merchant Union. I'm afraid it's even more difficult than attacking the 7 superpowers. Qin Chuan nodded. On one hand, it expanded our income. More importantly, it consolidated the city's defense. The person who came up with this wonderful method is definitely not an ordinary person. If we build 2 or 3 more cultivation holy lands like this, Xinyan City will be impregnable and will probably be on par with the holy region. Zhou Chu's expression changed, as if he didn't agree at all. He said coldly, They're just a bunch of ants? What's the use of numbers? Otherwise, Tang Qing wouldn't have given up on the rising 4 extremes sect and seized the battered Red Moon City. Qin Chuan chuckled and said, Tang Qing can be considered a formidable man of his generation. He dares to give and take. Although the 4 extremes sect was excluded by the Merchant Union, They went directly into the dark and engaged in all kinds of shady businesses. They also collected intelligence. They played their biggest role. With the current strength of Red Moon City, in addition to the information network and profit transmission of the Four Extremes sect, it was only a matter of time before they could restore their former glory. Only Tang Qing herself knows the profit and loss. Yes, this has nothing to do with us, Zhou Chu said. Let's go take a look at the cultivation resources here first. After hearing Li Feiyu's words, even my heart is palpitating. If it's really that good, I'll also move here to cultivate. Then, you'll have a part to play in the defense of New Yen City in the future, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Zhou Chu laughed. The two of them flashed and landed in the hall. As soon as the two of them appeared, they attracted everyone's attention, because everyone had walked in, but they had flown in directly. Although there were no rules in the hall that prohibited flying, no one would be so flamboyant and kept a low profile. This immediately caused everyone to be dissatisfied and roll their eyes. Many people muttered and cursed. However, there were also some cultivators who, although dissatisfied, held back their voices. After all, the two men's auras were extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that they were disciples of great aristocratic families. Those who could come here were either itinerant martial artists or disciples of some local small forces. They did not dare to cause trouble in the world's first commercial city. They were all well-behaved and well-behaved. Everyone's eye rolls and criticisms entered their ears. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted as he laughed in surprise. Zhou Chu, I think we did something wrong. Why should a person who does great things care about the feelings of these dregs? Zhou Chu snorted in disdain and walked to the front desk in front of the angry crowd. Qin Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile and followed after him. He immediately felt all kinds of cold gazes falling on him. Which country are you from? You don't even know how to line up. I think these two people are quite capable. Their origin power is restrained, but I can't see through their cultivation. Humph, it's popular to wear some aura-suppressing treasures these days. In my opinion, these two people are at most high-level martial royal realm. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting is forbidden here, I would have taught them a lesson. The less trouble, the better. The Merchant Union will teach them how to be good people. We just have to wait and watch. The middle-aged man at the counter raised his head and his face immediately darkened. He pointed at the line and coldly said, "Don't you know how to line up?" "Humph," he snorted. Zhou Chu snorted in disdain and slammed his palm on the counter. A golden medallion with countless patterns carved on it appeared. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized the golden plate, and he sized up the two people again in shock. Although he was slightly unhappy, he still changed his expression and said with a respectful tone, "Second-class VIP card. You can enjoy the privilege of cutting in line." Voila, the warriors in the queue were in an uproar. They were extremely dissatisfied and reprimanded, shouting, "You think you're awesome just because you have a VIP pass? Even the most basic qualities can be abandoned? You people from the Merchant Union are such scammers." The middle-aged man raised his head and said expressionlessly, "This is the rule of the sacred land of serenity. Those who have the business union's VIP token can enjoy different privileges. Since you're here, you should know about it and follow the rules." The crowd quieted down after he said that, but they still glared at Zhou Chu's arrogant and cold expression. They wanted to kill him with a punch. The middle-aged man then turned to Zhou Chu and said respectfully, "What are your orders, sir?" Zhou Chu waved his hand and kept the token. "I'm very interested in your secret training rooms. Send someone to show us around, especially the top-quality secret rooms." The middle-aged man was stunned and shook his head. "Those who come here only rent the secret rooms. I've never seen them. However, you possess a second-class honored guest token, so you're naturally allowed to visit. I'll send someone to receive the two of you, but the purple room has been fully rented and can't be visited for the time being." Zhou Chu frowned and said, "Our main goal is to see the top-quality secret room. What's the point of looking at other things? We can just call someone out. This isn't very good." The middle-aged man was also furious, but the other party's aura was overbearing. and he had a second-class guest token. He couldn't afford to offend him. Why not? Could it be that this token's grade is not high enough? Zhou Chu said coldly. The middle-aged man said calmly, if the two of you want to rent a purple room, you can do so with your second-class guest token. But if it's just for a tour and you want me to call them out, that's a little too unreasonable. You must know that when it comes to cultivation, you can't disturb it at critical moments. Zhou Chu's face darkened and he shouted, do I need you to teach me cultivation? If you can't make the decision, call the person in charge of this place out. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and the martial artists in line were also moved. To be able to hold a second-class guest token and have the confidence to directly call the other party in charge, it seemed that these two people did have some background. The few martial artists who had previously clamored to teach them a lesson also quieted down. Qin Chuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and advised, Zhou Chu, forget it. Since it's not convenient for them, we'll come again next time. What do you mean by inconvenient? Zhou Chu said coldly. Do you want us to use our precious time to cooperate with their garbage time? The middle-aged man saw the other party's aggressiveness and said helplessly, your request indeed doesn't have any rules. I'll contact the Lord in charge of the Quiet Elegance Holy Land. He took out a token, drew a few runes on it, and smashed it with his palm. The space around the palm fluctuated slightly, and several unremarkable black cracks spread out like hair, but they disappeared in an instant. Please wait a moment, Sir Shuihongtao, who is in charge of this place, will be here soon. Would you two like to take a rest in the VIP room inside? Asked the middle-aged man courteously. No need, Zhou Chu said. We'll just wait here. If no one comes in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, we'll go and take a look ourselves. The middle-aged man's face showed a trace of anger, but he couldn't flare up. All right, please feel free. Please step aside. I have to continue with my work. Zhou Chu snorted coldly. This time, he didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he and Qin Chuan retreated to the side and looked at the huge water curtain not far away. Is this the panoramic view of this place? Qin Chuan exclaimed in admiration. There are actually 9,000 secret training rooms. This is really a big deal. Just the Holy Land of training alone brings the Merchant Union countless profits every year. Hee. Why don't you talk about how much money the Merchant Union has spent to develop this sacred land? A loud and clear voice was heard. The white light flashed, and everyone felt a strong wind pressing down on their bodies. Then, it suddenly relaxed, and a white-haired old man appeared in front of them. The old man's face was ruddy, and he was dressed in a white robe. He said in a clear voice, the original intention of the Cultivation Holy Land was to provide convenience to the martial artists in the world. It had never thought of making a profit. It was good as long as it didn't lose money.